Hello, everyone, and welcome to your Daily Detroit. It is primary election night here in the Motor City, Metro Detroit, and Michigan. We're going to be with you for a big part of the night. We're not even sure when we're going to be done. I'm Jer Stays. Joining me for now and later and throughout is Norris Howard. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
The Prince of Brightmoor.
That's right.
You wanted to say hi, but I'm going to kick you out the studio like right away.
Yeah. I'm just saying hello. I'll be back later on tonight. Hopefully, you guys will be seeing from me or hearing from me. I'll be popping around different areas of the city, and you'll see me doing that. So until next time, folks, bye-bye.
Yeah, so your first stop, you're going to be going to the Durr Hall campaign
We're going to
party.
be checking out the Durr Hall campaign.
And then from there, we're going to figure out what's going on from there.
And then I'll be in the wind, and we'll figure out. Who knows where I'll pop up. You know what? I'll be like Detroit's Carmen Sandiego.
Do you know what? For the right amount of money on our Patreon, I think you could show up at their house.
I would. But it's got to be a lot of money.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Patreon.com/Daily Detroit. Let me know, or let me know in the chat. What are you willing to give so Norris shows up at your house? Norris Howard, Prince of Brightmoor, get out of here.
See you later.
You got a press conference in 10 minutes.
Yep. Bye-bye.
It's going to be hot. It's going to be wild over here. A lot of friends of the show coming in and out. I want to make a quick acknowledgement to people involved in this thing behind the scenes. You're going to have Mr. Adam Cook, who is our producer. Luciano Marcone is manning the doors so to handle guests coming in and out. We're going to have a variety of people by. I don't want to make promises I can't keep. A lot of people said they'd stop by, but who knows what. So let's get into this because this is a big night. We'll get into, of course, the more serious political things. We will also have some fun. I just downed a lot of Sicily's pizza. In fact, all of us did. This is not a sponsorship, but if you're into sourdough bread, it is an absolute winner. So I'm going to take a second here, load up the live chat to see if anybody's in there and what we can do. My plan here is to be live both on Instagram and YouTube and see how things go. So let me get organized here for like 15 seconds. Producer, if you can throw on a thing really quick. And I'm just going to get organized here, and we will get really started in earnest with your chat. And we are back. I'm Jer Stays, and joining me is Amanda Brewington, who, longtime friend of the show, been involved in Detroit stuff for a long time, and coming from the West Side, I feel, since I'm an East Sider, the West Side had to be replaced by another West Sider. Amanda, welcome to Daily Detroit.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So you're back in the city.
I am. I moved back in October, so a little less than a year. I've been back.
Okay.
But I was in Milwaukee for 3 years before that, and a few other places, but Milwaukee most recently.
Very cool. If people don't know, you actually used to run a coffee shop.
I did. Always brewing Detroit on the West Side, not far from where I live. Just they can't get rid of me in Grandmont Rosedale. That's where I'm always going to be. So
when you came back, was there any other choice but Grandmont Rosedale?
No, and the realtors I worked with and the friends I bothered, they can contest to that. Like, yep, she wouldn't go anywhere else. We gave her other options, and I was like, nope, sorry, I have to.
What was the most absurd thing somebody wanted to throw at you?
I mean, I did look at the East Side, but I was like, that's so far from everything that I'm used to. It just it was just so silly because it's still in the city. It's a great side of town. I've lived on the East Side before, but I just have always found myself pulled to the West Side. My family lives west of the city, so that also makes it easier to stay close to them. So.
Well, I won't take it too personally as a longtime East Sider.
No, I know. I know where I am. I know what to say. But
So one of the reasons I want to have you on is because you're somebody who has been involved in things, put your money where your mouth is.
Sure. Yeah.
Also left and came back. So why come back?
Well, I just love it here. I mean, I tried a couple other places. As I said, Milwaukee most recently. I also lived 2 other in Kentucky, in Lexington, Kentucky for a little while, and Portland, Oregon as well. And those are great places, but they just never felt like home. I mean, Detroit has always been home. I always feel like this is where I feel like I belong. It's still got that small town feel. As much as we are a huge city, I still go out and run into people accidentally quite regularly, and I like that.
And you're here in your own personal capacity, but what are you involved in now?
Yeah, so now I work as a loan fund manager for a nonprofit that's based out of the Twin Cities, so not even in Michigan. But it's a fully remote job. So when I got that a couple of years ago, I thought I can move back to Detroit because I have a fully remote job. So, but I make loans to childcare businesses, and Michigan is one of the footprints that we work in. So they're like, as long as you're staying in the Midwest and you can keep central hours, have fun back in your place. So I moved back in October. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So what's something that you've noticed that's changed in the last few years?
Well, so I'm still trying to find like where do I go and hang out? What do I do? I mean, there's things that are still there, but there's also like, hey, that was there and now that's gone. That left in the 4 years I was gone. So just trying to get my bearings. I mean, like I said, I came back in October, but there was winter. There's also the pandemic that happened while I was gone. That was happening while I left. And so I'm kind of still just like, wow, I feel at home, but this is still new to me, which is an interesting feeling that I don't know if I can fully explain. But
Is there a place that you miss specifically?
Pizzaplex comes right into my head. That's
Oh, yeah.
number one. I miss Pizzaplex. That was one of my favorites. So when they closed up, that was a sad day for me.
Well, I want to involve the chat here a little bit. DAE says, what up, though? What's the latest poll? We don't have a ton of polling right up to the line here. So far, the most latest polls show that Mary Sheffield has a pretty commanding first place lead. And then it's really a toss-up when we're talking about Sontiel Jenkins. We're talking about Pastor Kinlock. And we are Solomon Kinlock. And then we're talking about Fred Durhall. And that's kind of like the top pack as it is. There can always be surprises. Nothing's counted yet. Polls aren't even closed yet. So I hesitate to speculate. I wanted to get on the air before polls close because I just wanted to talk to folks and get some vibes. So I'm not going to ask you about your favorite candidates, but with this election, there's been a lot of coverage around apathy and things like that.
Sure.
Is that something that you feel or that you hear others feel?
So I think there is, yes, definitely. I saw people, who will remain nameless posting on Facebook like, oh, you got to get out there and vote. And then I also saw people like, yeah, I haven't really been paying attention. I saw both. And I'm like, oh, Detroit, come on, guys, get in there, vote, But there's always been that apathy. And I think it's interesting. I spent a fair amount of time watching different debates and just to be in the know on things. And, we're still talking about the issues of, there's these things that, the different zones that business can open in to give them grants. And, there's different things that, we have those abatements that are going to expire and we have to renew those. And it's like, from my background, I always think as a former small business owner, like, yes, those are good to be there, but what's causing us to actually have to have those problems, like have those grants and philanthropic and abatement zones? Like why is that such a problem? Why can't business just make money and survive? Like, what's the bigger problem? And we don't talk about that.
Well, we don't talk about the fact that our functional tax rate is second to New York City, but I don't see a subway.
Right. No.
Right. Like, to think about it, Chicago's taxes are actually less than ours.
Yes.
And they have a red line and a green line. They have a whole rainbow of lines,
They
friends.
do.
Oh, I rode them a week ago, and it was such a culture shock for me. I expected it.
Sure.
But hopping that red line from Chinatown up right through downtown all the way up.
Yeah.
And then sitting out there at Gratiot and Warren with a ghost bus. Even today, I needed to do something up Woodward. I got ghosted twice because it seems like DDOT feels like it's in collapse mode right now. And I know why. There's 40 coaches out of order. But that's why we need a rail backbone more than buses. I know we can't get it immediately. I know we need to do in-between steps. But we really need to think about these core issues, right? When you talk about abatements, we're making up for things that we don't have.
Right, exactly. And it's like, why don't we have those things? How are we getting to the place where we have those things instead of just putting this Band-Aid on it forever? Because Band-Aids forever don't work. It's just like when you're a business owner and you're like, I have to get grants so that I cash flow. And it's like, well, you can't have a business that's just going to get grants indefinitely. Like, that's not real. That's not a plan.
That is a pet peeve of mine, and I'm going to let it be nameless because I'm not out to talk people's business.
Sure, yeah, no.
But there are a lot of places where it's like, I'll go in there and it'll be like, oh, you got an onion.
Right.
And it's like, what are you selling and who to?
Yes.
Like,
no,
be
totally.
real about, like, what is the actual market demand in the places that you're in. And I see so many places where, like, well, it should be this way, but no one, they're not able to separate, like, the spiritual, like, I feel this should be here.
Yes.
Versus the fact, and this was double drilled down to me when I was in Chicago, there are areas of this city that are very inconsistent. On average, you would think, oh, population density is pretty good, but it's very uneven.
It is. And like people say, oh, I really want a coffee shop near my house. And it's like, you want that in theory, but how many times are you going to go out and buy a coffee every week? 2 times, 3 times, maybe. Maybe it's once a week. Okay, you do that, and then your neighbor doesn't go, and the guy next to you goes every other week. That's not going to sustain that business, you know. And it's like we have this kind of like Hallmark movie romantic idea of what a downtown should look like, and you want that in your neighborhood, and I get that, but is it sustainable? Is there enough population density, and is you spending money to make that happen? Like,
Well, and I don't expect you to remember me saying this, but I did a little segment with Norris Howard about the lies that every mayoral candidate is saying.
sure, yep.
And one of those lies is that every neighborhood's going to have all the things.
Yeah, no.
And because it's just mathematically not possible. And I understand the political reasons you say that. And I can be the jerk and say that because I talk on a microphone.
Right.
I'm not running for office.
Right.
So I understand why they're saying it. But you need a certain amount of density. And was that something that you like? How were things in Grand Mount Rosedale when you operated things?
Yeah.
I know some things are different now.
It's very different now. I mean, it's different, but it's also the same, right? I mean, I just saw a post from Grand Mount Rosedale Development Corporation that they're very actively trying to have a restaurant open in their new building that they're building. The Minnock Park place is opening, and they want to put a restaurant anchor tenant.
Where is that going to be? For those who don't
Yes.
know,
Oh, no
because not
problem.
everybody's
No
in
problem.
not everybody's in Grand Mount Rosedale.
I'll back up. So yeah, it's on Grand River. There was this building that was there for a while, 10 plus years. That was an IHOP that had caught fire, and it was just sitting there boarded up, and nothing was happening around it. So Grand Mount Rosedale Development Corporation was able to purchase that land, knock down that building, and now they're building what I believe is senior apartments. So they also have some low-income apartments that they're kind of next to it. And then in that senior building, they want to have on the first floor a restaurant, some retail, things like that. And so they're actually building it. I drive by it regularly to see this happening. And I would say the biggest crossroad is like Evergreen and Grand River, to give you some Outer Drive. It's right after Outer Drive. I'm just picturing it in my head. Yep, there we go. But they're just saying, we want a restaurant. We want an anchor tenant in this building. And I mean, Grand Mount Rosedale's been saying that even when I was there at the coffee shop, and they were like, oh, I wish we had a restaurant. And we have a couple things that have popped up, some things that are under construction currently, but nothing's like consistently been open and operating in like the restaurant you go to in that neighborhood. So,
Well, and that's the hard mix, right? It's that mix between income and density.
yes.
And when you raise up the income question, that becomes really charged really fast.
Definitely. I mean, there's a fair amount of people in that area that are, trying to not lose their home to taxes and issues like that. That's still a thing that's happening. And then you have people who have really nice houses and they're selling them at crazy prices that I see near me. So it's kind of all of that happening at the same time. So how do you service people who can spend $10 on a meal and $20 and $30, and how do you get all of them to consistently come to a business? I don't have the answer, but that's the challenge.
Well, and I find a lot of times that places have to be destination outlets where
Yes.
you're bringing in both city and suburban clientele, whereas
100%.
there are some neighborhoods in the region, not very many though, regionally, because regionally we have a lot of drivers. We have we don't have as much density. There's only certain neighborhoods that can support something that's completely like locally turned. And when I think about my childhood, I think about the East Side. I'm sorry. I think about
It's
the
okay.
East Side.
We can talk about these.
Right.
Like I said, I lived there a little bit.
So I split up my time growing up between Indian Village and Grosse Pointe Park.
Okay.
And one of the things about the park is that the first 4 streets look like all of the East Side did, from like the border all the way down past the plant.
Yes.
That's how it all used to look in the 60s and 70s. And that was the density you had. You had duplexes, you had single families, you had quadruplexes. That density, even in that little 4-block area, can support so much.
Yeah.
Whereas the density of like a few houses there's only so much that can happen there. And that is the corner that has to be turned. And that's why I say it's like hard to like balance these things.
Yeah, well, because I think the fact they're putting apartments over in Grandmont Rosedale and senior apartments, I think that's good. It's going to add density. When I lived on the east side at one point, I did live in West Village for a year, and that blew my mind because the amount of density, all the apartments that are up and down Van Dyke, like people don't realize it unless you live there, how many of those buildings are like go deep, and there are a ton of apartments. So there's a lot of density over there, which makes sense of why things in West Village, they have that walkable little area. I mean, it's not huge, but they have restaurants, they have coffee shop, Red Hook's there, all that. That can happen because you have all these people in apartments who is much denser than a bunch of houses with one or two people living in them. So.
And in a lot of places, you have layouts where, so on my block, all the first 8 lots are all empty.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's a thing, and then a bando, then a thing. I'm going to add more people. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
If he's ready to go in the distance there, I see a beloved friend of the show with a voted sticker.
There you go.
Who's coming towards us right now. And I'm very excited about it. I got to adjust the microphone here for him.
There you go.
Hi.
He is blessing us with his presence.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get my sticker off my purse, put it out here. Like,
all
I have
right,
my
show
sticker
your
too.
voter
There we
stickers,
go. I got my
everybody.
sticker. There we go.
Because Detroit likes to shame you. Like they like to put pressure on you. It's a little bit of peer pressure.
Some bullying.
And a little bit of bullying and pettiness. I voted. Did you? Did you?
I know.
Did you?
The sticker
and I'm
says
bullish
that.
about it when I say so.
And you should be. And you should be. Joining us is Orlando Bailey, Outlier Media.
Hi, Jer.
Hi. Wow, you made it.
I did. It's been a lot going on, but it's going well.
What all is going on with you?
Well, any election day is like a Super Bowl day for a newsroom. And so we've been chomping at the bit all day. We've had reporters out visiting the polls. I went to my polling location. Our website looks a little different right now. We're excited and expecting for the results to come in, and we'll be feeding our website live updates. The clerk hasn't released any new numbers. The polls just closed about 5 minutes ago. So the numbers as of 5 o'clock today, I just got off the phone with the Deputy City Clerk, Andre Gilbert. At 5 p.m., they counted 17,600 votes.
Oh,
and 2,300 early votes were cast. And we don't know currently. Deputy Clerk Gilbert will get back with me as to what they have been able to count so far at Huntington Place, which is where the counting board is this evening. Yeah.
What an update.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Thank you for that.
Well, Jerry, I'm a reporter at heart.
I'm just a carnival barker. You're a reporter, right? I can talk to you all guys, and I just talk to people smarter than me all day. That's really my whole game is I'm not that bright. These people are smart.
Yeah. Well, you gotta be able to know which sources to call, and I think the deputy city clerk is a good source to have in your phone Rolodex.
Yes, it's a very good one. So for Outlier Media, covering this election, I know it's so early, and there's some things coming in, but we're really too early to be talking about.
We are.
Let's talk about Outlier Media and the important role that you've been playing, and what have you been seeing as far as out there? Because there's been this big conversation around lack of engagement, apathy. I don't know how much we want to get into that. I mean, it's gotten spicy.
It has, and I had to throw my 2 cents in on there. But the first question you asked was about what Outlier Media has been doing in our role in this election. Well, first off, we partner with Daily Detroit and the Authentically Detroit podcast and Eastside Community Network to host what I think was probably one of the more substantial mayoral debates in the primary election season. You can visit the Daily Detroit YouTube page to get that exclusive, right? It's exclusively on the Daily Detroit YouTube page. But for us, what we've been doing, we've been releasing a series of guides around candidates running for mayor, all 9 of them, guides for city council. We have an at-large race, and we have a race in some districts. Some city council people are running unopposed, and so you will not see them on this ballot, which Janice Winfrey sort of spoke out against in the Detroit Free Press on Sundays. Like, we don't really like to see people run unopposed. I think it's good for democracy to have opposition as
agree.
well.
That really bothers me.
Yeah, I agree. I live in one of those districts, and my person is not. I mean, you can figure it
Yeah.
out because I already talked about where I live. But
Yeah.
running unopposed, I'm like, come on.
Yeah, I know there's not a challenge in District 4, and that is Letitia Johnson's district, but there is, a vacancy, of course, in District 5 because that's Mary Sheffield's district, a vacancy or a race in District 7, and a couple of other districts. And what we've been putting together guides talking about issues, especially as it relates to issues and information needs that Detroiters have identified to us through our information needs survey. So we know from our survey that we've done with DMAX at the University of Michigan that folks care about public safety, folks care about utilities, folks care about actually just being able to afford the city of Detroit, right?
Yep.
Because the rent is so high, along with other, editorial priorities that we've outlined. We like to say that Detroiters are our assignment editors. For the mayoral race, what we did was we leveraged a partnership with the city out of New York. They did a Meet Your Mayor quiz.
I took that.
Right?
I wanted to say thank you for that. 'cause
Yeah,
I thought
thank
that was
you.
great.
I'm really glad that
It
you
was great.
did. And so they gave us all of the back end tech stuff so that we can build one here in the city of
Amazing.
Detroit. And so every single mayoral candidate had to answer a set of really specific questions, right? And what we did was show people after they take the quiz exactly how the candidates answered the quiz and which candidate matched your answers, right? So
Yeah.
you sort of meet your mayor. And what I say that tool is an impetus for you to go out and do some more research and to just learn more, because I think some people got names that they didn't know or were surprised to
I
get
was
names.
surprised by who
And
I got. Yeah. I agree with that. It was great. No, it was a great tool.
And so that's what Outlier has been up to. As far as, this question around apathy and why people aren't showing up in the polls, there's been a lot of conversation about that since Sunday. The editorial page released at the Free Press released, an investigation from the last 20 years that they've been analyzing the turnout numbers in municipal elections, right? And how they have slowly declined over the last 20 years, but participation in the presidential elections have remained steady, right? So the electorate knows to come out for the presidential election. They see some value in voting and casting their votes in that election, but the electorate has not been showing up the way that it has been showing up in the presidential election. And the Free Press went into voting precincts that had the lowest turnout within the last 20 years and asked people why. That's all.
Yeah.
Right?
Just ask them
Which I
why.
think is good to do.
They did the thing that journalists do. And I'm really annoyed at this current climate. I don't know. It's tomfoolery. Or as Norris would say, balderdash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
About this idea that journalists aren't supposed to ask questions. That's the whole damn job.
You can't offend
It's the
anybody.
job.
You're
Yeah.
not supposed to offend anybody.
The point is to offend.
I'm kidding,
No,
by the way.
point is to afflict the comfortable. Right? Because power unquestioned, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
I mean, what's the, and I know that the Washington Post has new ownership, but their tagline is democracy dies in the darkness. Many people refer to the sector
That
of
ownership,
journalism. I know.
deleted that tagline.
Yeah, I know. Is the tagline deleted? He
Yeah.
deleted it? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well, the Washington Post used to have that
There we go.
tagline, and a lot of folks would call, the journalism sector the fourth estate, right? The free press is enshrined in the Constitution. I like to say that. And so it was really, data. They crunched some numbers. It was data. They added voices to it. Voices who vote in every election and voices who do not vote in every election or care to vote at all. So you got the apathetic voter and then you got the hopeful resident in neighborhoods that aren't traditionally canvassed by politicians seeking elective office. In fact, the city clerk, Janice Winfrey, is quoted in the article stating that candidates who are running for office typically want them to produce roles for them in the highest voting precincts, the top 50, right?
Yeah.
There are 450 voting precincts in the city of Detroit, give or take,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
These candidates are asking for the top 50, right? And so
Man.
there are there are whole swaths of Detroit and neighborhoods who are not being touched by people who are seeking elective office. The change is happening in Detroit. These are residents who may not be feeling that change. And so they had some really interesting and honest things to say. Well, the city of Detroit decided that the article was a dig at them for whatever reason and posted, what would you call that? What would you call a counter or a rebuff?
A misguided clapback.
A misguided clapback.
Yeah. No, that seems accurate.
Yeah, like I don't know. I know that producer Adam's juggling a ton of things, but that might be something we'll put up in a second in the middle of this conversation.
Yeah.
But
let me see if I can find it on my phone.
Yeah. I think we have it back in even our member-only Discord over there in Patreon. But it's something that's literally like hopping right now. I'm still getting notifications because I on Facebook I stuck my beak in it because I just immediately
I did too, and I normally don't.
Yeah,
I don't. I normally don't. Like, if you want to hear what I'm thinking about a subject, hit me up. Listen to Authentically Detroit. You can catch me on television sometimes saying what I think. I really don't have time for the trigger fingers on Facebook and Twitter. But okay, I found it. You want me to read it?
Yeah, let's read it.
All right. So the City of Detroit, this is the official City of Detroit Instagram page. Nancy Caffer wrote a column today claiming Detroit democracy is in crisis because the city averages 20% turnout in municipal elections. She made it sound terrible only by omitting comparable municipal turnout in the suburbs. Oakland County turnout in the November 2023 election: Bloomfield Hills, 19%; Clarkston, 19%; Hazel Park, 11%; Madison Heights, 15%; Walt Lake, 11%; Wixom, 19%. Everyone fell below Detroit's turnout numbers, as do communities all across Michigan in their municipal elections. Is anyone at the Detroit Free Press editing the editor?
It left me speechless for a minute, and then I had to say something.
Yeah.
Because this is apples and oranges. Like, the city of Detroit is the biggest city in the state of Michigan. We have a city government that has an active council with budget powers. We have a mayor.
A strong mayor.
A strong mayor. And comparing it to cities that are like 4,444 people, yes, I looked it up. No city was larger than like 28,000 is clownery, in my opinion. In my opinion, it is clownery. I don't know why they even needed to reply to this one.
I don't know, because
It's okay
there was
to be like-
I don't even think there was a pointed referendum to the city of Detroit in this article. This is a series that the Free Press is doing. In fact, when the city of Detroit was referenced, or candidates or people in elective office were referenced, there was voters in there who said they like Mayor Duggan. They liked that his demolishment plan, and they would like to see houses in what was formerly there. But I really could not find a dig unless they had a problem with the headline. And it sounds like one of the
Did they have a subscription?
I don't.
Yeah, maybe they just saw the first part
I don't know.
of the article. I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
I
It's a
don't
bad
know.
joke.
There was a lot of defense in there.
There was.
And there was a lot of defense down in the comments.
And they didn't take it down. So
No.
they're standing on business.
I think it also says like, hey, everyone else is doing bad, so we're not doing that bad because we're
Which is
slightly more than them. And that's a
horrible
terrible.
message.
That's
It's
a
a terrible
terrible reason.
message.
Yeah, that's.
It's a terrible message. And we're talking about completely different demographics and civic infrastructures. Like, I can't tell you who all the mayors are in these cities, but I can tell you who the Oakland County executive is.
Right.
Detroiters could always tell you who, you know what I mean? Because it really is, when we're having conversations about regional cooperation, Mayor Duggan isn't meeting with the mayor of all of these cities. He's meeting with the Oakland County executive, right? And so it's not a fair comparison.
The thing that I think a lot of people got very upset about, not everyone, because people had different opinions, but it's this idea that is 20% good enough? Should we be okay with that?
Just give up. That's good enough.
We're
What?
good.
Yeah.
We're good.
What we need to do is look at ourselves, not remember all the numbers off top, but it's definitely north of 30% in a city like Denver that's near our size.
Yeah.
It's 30. It was in 2023 in an off year, and I know it's not exactly the same because it is bigger, but Chicago's 38% on it. Like, it's possible. It doesn't. Not everyone is given up on local stuff.
Yeah.
And the question is that should candidates have a responsibility to get people fired up?
I believe it's their job to get people out to vote. right? And the other nuance that I would mention from that article is this piece that Janice Winfrey is quoted in, saying that candidates want the top 50 voting precincts. We cannot have this conversation without naming the role of money and capitalism in our elections. Yeah. And so it is considered fiscally responsible to make a money investment in a concerted effort in voting precincts that have high turnout. But what that also produces is a cyclical trauma that is inflicted on Detroiters in neighborhoods that lie outside of those traditional precincts that have voter turnout. And we can literally, y'all, Victory Row is what? University District, yep. Sherwood Forest, Palmer Woods. I mean, these are upperly mobile, solidly middle class neighbor. Yeah.
I don't mean to knock it, but I lived in University District for a couple of years. I stayed with a friend.
Oh, fancy.
I
love it over there.
And it's beautiful. Yeah. It's beautiful. But also, there is a security service that will take you to your car if you'd like. You can text them. Come on. There's a security.
Very nice.
You go to Palmer Park, and there's that guy with the Humvee that does the viral videos with the takedowns. What's his name?
I don't know. Who are you talking about?
Lieutenant Brown.
I don't know this person.
Oh yeah, there's these viral videos where he's like, I'm gonna show you how to like get out of a situation when someone pulls an AK-47 on you.
What? Oh, the viral sensation dude.
Yes. He is patrolling. When I lived up there, he was in the Hummer.
You know who we're talking about?
7 Mile.
Oh, we have to show you a photo.
The entrance to Palmer. Like, it's a whole different world
he's
up there.
He's become a national phenomenon. He had become a national phenomenon. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, that dude.
And no hate. Yeah. But like that's a different world than I see a stray dog every week.
Yeah. But the point that I'm making is typically capitalism does not care about the least of us, right?
Right.
And so when candidates are trying to get the most bang for their buck, what is often forgotten about are the least of us. And we have to talk about that. We have to name it, and we have to figure out a way to fix it. You know who does go in those neighborhoods? Shri Tanadar.
He does. He does. He appears everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Oh, that guy. Oh man.
Just naming
I forgot about that guy. Oh yeah. No,
but that's the thing. He literally shows up everywhere there's a plate, a barbecue, a music, like anywhere. Yeah. Shri will appear magically. Yeah. But you know what? That's exactly what you got to do in a lot of ways.
Yes.
We'll talk about it on the show before that, like, it's something where you have to be present. You have to be present. And you're going to hear some stuff in the background right now. We've got cleaning crews that are going off and not realizing we are live. But now we're good. All right.
Maybe
Bless their hearts. Bless their hearts. Exactly. And so this is a consequential election. It's exciting. Detroit is getting a new mayor soon.
Yes.
For the first time in 12 years?
Yeah, over a decade.
The council will look different. I think it's laying a groundwork for, a pretty exciting election season that's going to go slap dab into 2026 when we, the gubernatorial election and, the congressional elections.
And there's things to talk about that too.
Yes.
Right? Because Detroit's going to have a big role in it. Sure, everyone talks about how Mike Duggan was the mayor, but Jocelyn Benson's I believe she's been a Detroiter for quite a while.
Yeah? I didn't know that.
Yeah. When I lived in the University District, she was my neighbor.
Oh, that's really cool.
I bet you people don't know that, though. I bet if more people knew that, you might get a few more votes from those polls.
Yeah. Right now, so I was on Local 4's Flashpoint. So I'm a regular contributor on DIV Local 4. We were on Flashpoint, and we were talking about, some of the early campaign finance statements that the gubernatorial candidates have turned in. And Duggan, who's running as an independent, is leading in fundraising right now. Are you surprised about that?
Not at all.
Why aren't you surprised?
Okay, so I went through those numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've all been his boys for a long time.
Uh-huh.
That's the thing.
On both sides of the aisle.
On both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
And I think there's a little, I don't want to say it's misreporting, it's reporting only part of the story that he's getting Republican money. Because the other part, and I want to build a graphic around this, all the people that you may think are your friends on the left or the right, there's almost like a unification of money over his campaign to a very intense level. And I saw the more statewide reporting, like, oh, these Republicans are donating to him. Of course, Roger Penske donated to him.
Of course.
Well, yeah.
Of course,
course.
they've known each other for years. They've been doing stuff in the city for years. The only difference is in the city, nobody cared.
Yeah, yeah. And so I find it interesting. You know who raised the least amount of money in that race so far?
I do not.
Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist.
Interesting.
I got feelings on that I'm going to have part of another segment later in the night. I got
Really?
feelings.
Okay.
Why didn't he run for mayor?
Because he never wanted to be mayor.
Okay, but
He wanted to be governor.
you can't win. He probably cannot win governor.
That's not for me to say.
He probably, as a pundit, I can say this. Right now, if you were to look at the polls, he is not in a great position.
Okay.
That's what we would say.
Yeah.
Right? And the party feels very strong about Jocelyn Benson. So those are the things that I look at it and I go, is mayor a step down from lieutenant governor? Yes. But
I
Depends
don't
on who
think
you
it's a
ask.
step down.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
too many
depends on who you
pundits.
ask.
I've asked this question.
Yeah, I don't think.
You don't think so? Okay, because I've asked a lot of political penguins who tell me that yes.
The mayor of the city of Detroit is probably the most powerful political elective office to hold in the state of Michigan behind the governor, right?
I'd agree with that.
The mayor of the city of Detroit, especially since the economic embargo, the regional economic embargo has sort of lifted when Mike
That's
Duggan
so
took
true.
office.
So true.
The power that he has now, I don't know if that will remain the same, but you know, the point that I made to my colleagues on Local 4 is that what better position for Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist to be in to raise money and to increase his profile than being a sitting lieutenant governor. And so it's really interesting to me. Duggan is running as an independent, but I will not count him out. Duggan is a machine.
Oh, I can't
right?
count. You can't
He's
count
not,
out.
No.
And he's a machine for himself. He's not a machine for the Democratic Party. He's not a machine for the Republican Party. He's a machine unto himself. And so,
Was it McNamara? Where he came from?
yeah, he's from the school of McNamara. But you know, many people pointed to McNamara and Coleman Young, former Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick being one of them, who he idolized Coleman Young, but he also idolized McNamara. If you go back and listen to him talk, so yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting because it takes a lot of money off the table for Benson and honestly for the Republican to an extent. And what lanes are they going to have to run or find to get the resources they need?
Yeah, and we're seeing early endorsements like we never seen before. I don't know if we've seen this, gubernatorial endorsements this early. Was it the Detroit Regional Chamber?
Went out right away.
Chamber came out right away.
And they can sometimes take a long time because they took a minute to show up for Fred Durhal.
Yeah, and they endorsed Fred Durhal.
Right.
Who might surprise some people today.
Oh, I'm not going to say he's not. I mean, at least among our listeners, I can't say he's not.
Yeah.
I that second spot, I know punditry is not journalism, but that second spot is really up for grabs.
I mean, well, the polls don't lie, right? Numbers are numbers. I mean, we have a margin of error, but people, the polls have been telling us that the second spot really it can go anywhere. It can go to Santil, it can go to Solomon Kinlock, but Fred Durhal could surprise us. I mean, we're talking about polls, poll a sampling of the electorate.
Right.
Not the whole electorate. So
and where's that
anything
sample?
can happen.
Where is that? Like you were talking about
Yeah.
who's left out.
Yeah.
And who are they asking?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Right. And who is actually going to show up on election day?
Yeah.
And what communities? Because one thing looking
Or
at
who
that.
voted absentee. And so that's the other thing.
Yeah.
So Mary Sheffield had been running ads on television. So I've been seeing a lot of Mary Sheffield ads. Just today, this morning, for the first time, and I'm not saying that it was his first time running television ads, I saw a Fred Durhal ad on election day morning. So, it could be anybody. It could be anybody. I don't know. I don't. We'll have to see. I'm waiting on the deputy clerk to give me some. Oh, yep. So right now, from the deputy clerk, as of 8:18, Deputy Clerk Andre Gilbert said 24,000, give or take, have cast a vote today. 24,000 ballots have been cast today. again, that's 2,300 early voting, 24,000 today. What was the number of absentees that have been cast?
Oh, geez, my brain.
I'll get the absentee number from him in a second. I don't know it off the top of my head.
So we're getting a clearer idea of turnout.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're kind of on track for what city clerk was saying?
Yeah, between 17 and 18%, I think. Don't quote me. We still have
we're live.
the
and
numbers
it's
are
just the
coming in,
internet.
guys.
It's just the internet. No one's watching.
Oh,
Orlando.
people will watch. People will watch.
They'll find it. They'll find
They
what
will
he said.
find
Yeah,
it.
but he
To be
knows.
clear, nothing's been posted up yet on the City of Detroit's election website.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet, guys.
Just so people at home, if they're like trying to scroll around or thinking you need to keep an eye up, not there yet. Not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
So what have you learned covering this stuff, this cycle, that you didn't know before?
Well, I learned. I'm still learning. One of the things that I'm learning is how a crowded primary like the one that we have is exciting, but it also doesn't leave a whole lot of room for expansive conversation beyond platitudes. And so folks have big vision. Folks are saying and throwing out numbers and the things that they want to do. But my job as a journalist is to interrogate, poke holes, ask questions. And we really, really haven't been able to do that in a real substantive way, right? And so we haven't had this crowded of a primary in 12 years. It's been a long time. And so I'm getting back in the groove of, okay, I guess this is all they have for now. But at first, it was incredibly frustrating to me. It's like, how are you going to do this?
Right.
And then I'm not satisfied with the answer because that's not an answer. You know what I mean? And so I'm learning patience.
Yeah, and also when you have that many people, I feel like you want to ask so many questions, but you okay, well, I want to give the same time to everyone, and now that time, if you're doing an hour conversation with them, you have to do it 9 times, or you're trying to fit 9 answers into one small thing. And so I think when it's so crowded, you almost don't get to know everybody as well because there's just not enough time. There's just not enough bandwidth for all of that.
And that's one of the things that I find to balance, because we serve a lot of the city, but we're a regional spot. So like if I give time to every single council person, that starts to add up really fast. It's one of the nice things about having the city as a focused remit. Because when you get to the wider place with us, if everybody cares about who's going to be mayor, everybody cares about the finals and stuff like that. But like when it gets to like those more niche issues, it's so great to see some of the interviews, some of the stuff that you guys did at Outlier. Citizen Detroit had little clips.
Yeah.
Different people had different things going on to like give people a little bit of a sense. But there wasn't like a lot of these people didn't have like full. It didn't seem like they had full thoughts out there for people that was easy to find. It was election day earlier, and people I know were like, "Oh my gosh, where do I find this stuff?"
Right. Yeah.
And I just sent them to Outlier.
Yeah. And so Bridge Detroit reported that the city will count between 55,000 and 60,000 absentee ballots before Election Day.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So a lot of folks voted absentee.
Which doesn't
I
surprise
was
me.
number 8 in my voting precinct today.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Early?
No.
No?
What time did I
Darn.
get there? I was there sometime in the 11 o'clock hour, I want to say. Let me see. Let me check.
I was 106. I was a little bit later in the day though. I was after 5.
I was earlier, and I think it was in 33.
I was about 12:20.
Okay.
I take that
Really?
back. Yeah.
And it was,
12:20.
and you were on 8?
I was number 8, and so of course I sparked up a conversation with the election workers. Shout out to all of the people working the elections and working the polls. Your job and what you do is so invaluable and such a critical part of our democracy. And no, y'all don't get paid enough, but thank you. These folks were so nice, and I'm like, why am I only number 8, guys? And they said, well, in my voting precinct, a lot of folks typically vote absentee because some of them are a little on the older side. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's something where I just want the energy of people being like, I feel like the best ideas come out when we have a healthy debate.
Yeah.
And what I worry about with uncontested offices and what I worry about with low turnout is that there won't be that strong debate that I think our city needs right now, because no matter what happens, we're going to have a new mayor. And for me personally, and this is maybe me wearing my pundit hat a little bit, I think it's important that we have a vision for the future. I know a lot of voters want to continue to some degree. I hear that from a lot of people, but there's going to be a lot of things ahead where we need to think differently and think forward. For me,
I think so. I think big vision works, right? And figuring out how to implement pieces of that vision, how to legislate pieces of that vision, right? There is a check on the mayoral power, although the mayor in the city of Detroit has a lot of power. So I like to hear big vision, but then I like to get specific as well, right? And so I think people appreciate I look at Mom Donnie in New York. I mean, it's big vision, but he's talking
specifically.
Yes,
that's what I want. Yeah,
he's speaking big vision specifically to people who need to hear it, who can benefit from what he has been talking about. Will he be able to do everything? Probably not. Probably not if he wins the election. But
everyone knows that. That's
knows
their little secret.
Yeah.
Like you'll see the pundits on whatever national show. Can he make this happen? Blah blah blah. Everyone knows he's not going to get all. Nobody gets everything all done.
Yeah. But it's been exciting to watch.
And I love so here's the other thing. I just love the passion for the city.
Yeah.
Loving halal carts, loving the subway.
Yeah.
Loving your city should be a prerequisite to office.
Loving
Yes.
Wu-Tang Clan, because I saw that. Did y'all see the reel when he went to the Wu-Tang concert? He was so out of his element, but he was like, I'm going. I got invited. I'm going. I'm like, oh, and they loved him.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really something. It was really something to see, because, a lot of from.
And I also love how there was so much focus on actual local issues.
Yeah.
One thing to me that was a standout moment that made him was that debate performance talking about Israel.
Yeah.
That made him, because that told New Yorkers his priority was them, because he was running for mayor of New York.
Of New York.
Right.
And
Of New York.
that I think hit people, even who don't agree with him on all the issues politically.
Yeah.
He wants this job. He's not trying to use this as a stepping stone to another job. He wants to be here. And so often with politicians, it's so clear they've got their eyes up and above when democracy, at least in my mind, was designed to work from the bottom up.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why our democracy is so screwed is that so often it is from the top down. We keep talking about the president first, the whatever, and there's important things to do. But it's from the bottom up. Our reps, our senators, all this stuff matters.
Our grass tops organizations.
Yeah.
And what is interesting, which is why I'm like, anything can happen tonight. To all of the experts, to the New York Times, and to other publications, they did not think Mamdani was going to pull off a win in that primary. Nobody thought that it was going to happen. And it happened. And so here in the city of Detroit, I contend that anything is possible.
Yeah. It's good to remember that that's still a thing. Because I think sometimes we get so bogged down in it. We're like, oh no, it's going to be this person. I've seen them a bunch. It's going to be them, whatever. I don't even care. And it's like, that's how, to go back to what you're asking, that's the apathy. That's the, I don't care. But it's still possible. And you should believe it is. And go vote. And I don't know. I know the polls are closed. I'll get off the go vote.
No, go. I mean, I guess.
That's just where, that's where my head is at. It's like, you got to, if you want to say in it, you have to. And today I walked into my precinct and there were 2 people in front of me. It still took 5 minutes to vote. It's not a big ask. It's not. I mean,
What are you specifically? And I know that Norris Howard will be able to come in.
Where is
soon.
Norris? Where in the city is Norris Howard?
I think he's over at Santil's spot.
Okay.
I'm not
She's
sure.
at
West McNichols.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the west side. I
The
don't remember.
Enclave?
Something like that.
She's
something
at
like
the
that.
Enclave. Her people told me that she's going to be at the Enclave. That's Chase Cantrell's and Jason Hedden's development on
Oh,
Nick
that's
Nichols.
right.
Yeah.
Chase. Do you know Chase?
I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
of him.
Chase Cantrell
yeah.
is supporting Santil Jenkins in this race. Yeah.
Well, and Chase also does something very cool separately than Santil, building community value.
Yeah.
He has been doing a lot of work on the ground. So I just want to, because he's been on the show a couple times.
Yeah.
And he's one of the most thoughtful people
Yeah.
around like the city. Like I don't agree with everybody all the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a podcaster.
You don't agree with everybody all the time.
But
have you seen our epic fights?
Your epic fights.
No, we don't fight often. We don't fight.
I think it would be boring if you agreed with everyone. Is what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I think you shouldn't agree with everyone all the time because how boring would that be?
How boring.
Yeah.
so what is the top thing? What are the top couple things in your mind where you sit as a returned, as someone who's been a long-term resident, but also a returned resident from somewhere else?
Well, the biggest thing that friends have already heard me lament about was, and it's not going to be a surprise, my car insurance quadrupled when I moved back.
You ain't surprised.
No,
That's not a
I
surprise
wasn't surprised.
to nobody.
And I wasn't surprised. It was I mentally prepared for it. I called my insurance company and I said, I moved from Milwaukee back to Detroit, and they were like, that will be a little bit over 4 times as much now for the same car, the same coverage. In fact, I think less coverage a little bit. I went down a little.
Wow. So my partner moved in, and it basically doubled because Michigan overall is very high. I know that there's a lot of talk about how Detroit has really high insurance, but the whole state actually runs very high. So 4 times.
4 times. And I also lived, we talked about this earlier, but I also lived in other states. Same thing. Like they were all within the same price in all the other states. I moved to Michigan, over 4 times as much.
We're getting some prelim results in, guys.
Prelim results. Okay.
All right. So Outlier Media, courtesy of the Associated Press, live results, mayoral primary. So far, there have been 1,029 votes counted for Mary Sheffield, and
I've got percentages up here if you want them.
Okay. You want to give them?
Yeah. 43.6% for Sheffield so far, 22.8 for Kinloch. Then you've got Jenkins at 16.7, Perkins at 7.1.
There we go.
Durhall 4.2, Craig at 4 points, and then everything else is below a point.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is very early.
Still very early, but it's exciting to get numbers in,
It is.
right?
It's happening.
Right?
Something is
happening.
happening.
Democracy is happening.
Democracy is happening. Something is happening. I'm going to find out from producer Adam when Norris is going to be ready. He's giving me a thumbs up. Is he ready to plug in?
Norris.
All right. Well, we have limited headphones here. Actually, Randy, do you have another pair of headphones?
It's okay.
I just want to make sure. I want to make sure Orlando's not left out.
We can share. I can give them to somebody else.
Reporting live.
Reporting live. All right. Well, let's bring Norris
live
in.
from the Northwest East Side, guys.
From the Northwest East Side. None other than Norris Howard.
Hi, Norris.
What's happening, everybody? What's going on, y'all?
Hey. I'm Jer here with Amanda, and then Orlando doesn't have headphones, so if there's something
I'm gonna get on the live stream and listen.
Okay.
My little.
Okay.
All right. It's gonna be a slight delay, but I'm out here.
Oh, is that a regular headphone? Plug it right here.
Oh, there you go.
I'm at the Jenkins campaign right now. We over here on 6 Mile and Prairie, and the situation is pretty colorful, man. I was able to bounce around to a couple folks and check it out from that standpoint. Let me walk back in and show y'all kind of what the scene is right quick, and we'll be able to go from there. I can't hear nobody, so if y'all talking,
well, I'm not talking right now.
Okay. Let me slide back in. It's very loud. All right. So, as you can see, it's super nice. People are getting excited about what's going on. Let me slide back outside so you guys can hear me. But excitement for her campaign is high right now. People are really excited. None of the candidates are going to be anywhere until 9 p.m. I went by the Durhall campaign. They said that he won't be in until about 9. I've heard pretty much the same from the Sheffield campaign, and I've heard the same here. But we are here on the West Side. People are excited. A couple of folks that I talked to said, hey, they anticipate an upset here based on the early numbers you guys reported. It's kind of going the way we thought it was so far, but that's only with a little bit of the votes in. I'm going to be headed back downtown to check out the Sheffield campaign, and I will hit you guys back up with another update from there.
All right. Thank you, Norris. I appreciate you.
You got it, man. And y'all stay cool, loving the conversation, and hope to hear even more. And I'll be sliding back tonight.
All right. See you soon, my friend. All right. Spirits are high at the Jenkins campaign, which, I mean, you know, they're in the running.
Yeah.
They are in the running. And somehow, thanks to the magic of producer Adam and Zoom, we made that happen.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was
On the
that was
ground.
very fancy. We are not this fancy at Authentically Detroit. You got to teach me your ways.
But you're authentic.
I would say so. The city of Detroit is reporting some preliminary numbers for the city council at large update. Race. So we got 32% for Comey Young so far, 29% for Mary Waters, 14% for Janae Ayers, former city council person, 9% for James Harris, who's been with the Detroit Fire Department for a long time, and everybody, Shakira Hawkins at 6%, Valerie Walker, Gary Hunter, Levon Adams are all at 2% and some change. And
All
that's a
right.
total of almost 4,000 votes so far.
Okay.
So, yeah, Coleman Young's not a surprise to me.
I mean, no.
I mean, that's the most obvious statement I could have made tonight.
Yeah, yes, it's an obvious, very obvious statement. It's not surprising.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so exciting, guys. This is like...
And it's like all happening right in front of
It's
us.
happening in front of us. I hope they let me take my computer on the air so that I can keep.
They
up
better.
with the
My
updates.
alma mater better take care of you like
I
that.
know they better.
Although I was never on air. I was always behind the scenes. I was a floor manager.
You would have been great on there.
You know, I don't know. I never meant it. And I never even thought I'd be doing live streams. I always thought I'd be, you know, audio was always my face was always for radio. Is always what I thought to myself.
That's an old saying.
That is.
I have a face for radio.
You know what though? There are very many old radio people that I always listen to. So when I first started listening to the radio, I was listening to JP McCarthy
Oh wow.
back on WJR, which makes me really happy that I have a segment now on Friday mornings on WJR about where to go.
That's really fun.
For like 3 minutes. They only
That's
give me 3
really
minutes.
fun.
But I get up every morning. I
Full
talk.
circle.
Yeah, full circle.
It's a dream. It's
Yeah.
a dream come true.
No one else in the house is up that early. Just me and the dog.
There you go.
And I give her a treat right before we get on the air so she doesn't bark.
Wow.
And then it's just like, and the thing is, I will have talked to no one. My first words uttered to anything will be to the 50,000 watts of WJR. And I'm always worried that I'm gonna be like, or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, what am I doing here? But it's always, you know, it's always a good morning in Detroit. And that's the thing to remember. It's always a good morning in
It's
Detroit.
always a good morning in Detroit.
And I want to, you know, I think both of you might remember, since you've been around Detroit for a while, where we get "You Are Somebody." Remember that "You Are Somebody" at the end of every episode.
Man,
Orlando, you better get this.
I don't got it. I hope you do, Orlando.
Are we talking about the Reverend Jesse Jackson from the Rainbow Coalition out of Chicago, Illinois?
No.
I am somebody. I may not look like anybody, but I am somebody. I feel
Although
like I
that's
am
close.
somebody. I look like I am. I walk like. Now, I
More
don't
local,
know.
more local.
More local. Is that from Martha Jean the Queen?
Amen.
Wow.
Ha!
There you go.
I had to rack my brain.
My mother
You got
listened
there,
to
though.
Martha
You got
Jean
there.
the Queen. And when I was
Everybody
a kid,
did.
all the time. My mother was
Everybody
all about
did.
Martha Jean the Queen.
Yes, everyone did.
So I figured it had to come back somehow. Somebody had to say it.
Yeah.
Somebody had to say
Martha
it.
Jean the Queen. Okay. Remember You Are Somebody. I'm like, okay, wait, is that? So Jesse Jackson made it famous. Martha Jean the Queen, of course, made it famous here in the city of Detroit. And it's a slight difference.
Yes.
Right? Jesse Jackson is I Am Somebody. Martha Jean the Queen is Remember You Are Somebody.
Yeah,
So-
she's putting it out there
She
instead
put
of
it
taking
out
it in.
there.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah. A legend, a beloved figure in the Detroit community. You're going to get a lot of points for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, this was one of those things of like, what recipes need to be kept
Yeah.
in one way or just by saying it, because when you say somebody's words, they never die.
Yeah. You want to know what's funny? A while ago, when I was still working for Eastside Community Network, I had a segment on this legendary radio personality show a woman by the name of Mildred Gaddis.
Oh, Mildred.
Yes, Mildred Gaddis. Mildred Gaddis is still on the air, by the way. And she was fascinated with the millennial generation and fascinated with my perspective. And so she gave me a segment on her show every Sunday called The Millennial Moment.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's a good name, too.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Are you an elder, a geriatric millennial, a full
I'm
millennial,
not
a younger millennial?
geriatric millennial. I am, I'm a mid millennial.
Right in the heart of things.
In the heart. I'm
Okay.
a mid-hearted millennial. Yes.
Okay. I think I'm
So I
more
was
elder. I'm more of an elder millennial.
Yeah. So I was around for the 8-track and the cassette tape and the VHS and Blockbuster Fridays, and when computers, PCs started coming into every home, but I also still had to write my papers by hand.
Yep.
I had to do my research with encyclopedias and libraries and all of that jazz. I don't even know if a child today would know where to start if they didn't have Google or.
Oh, they don't. They don't. My nieces and nephews think I'm from some other planet when I'm like, open a book.
Open the book.
Go to the library
Yeah,
and
go to the
research a
library.
section. There's a.
I take them to the library. They're like, oh, the computers at the library are cool. I'm like, no, that's not why we're at the library.
You want to know,
That's
when we
not
talk
why
about libraries, I think I asked almost every candidate about the Detroit library system, Detroit Public Library system. I want to hear more.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I heard enough around their vision and what they think. And I know the library, Detroit Public Library, has a commission that controls it and all of that, but the mayor is pretty powerful in the city of Detroit. If the mayor wants to get involved with the libraries, the mayor could very well get involved with the libraries.
And that is something that a lot of listeners have had a lot of feedback about.
Yeah.
Because whether you have been here a long time or you're new here, you have an opinion on libraries,
Yeah.
or you've experienced other library systems and have questions.
Yes.
Because there's so many things that just like are little things where it's like, does that make sense
Does
today?
that make sense today? And, when we think about public third spaces, we mainly think about parks, right? But we live in the city of Detroit. And so people may not want to be outside in the parks in February.
Right.
What is, a public third space that is for everybody? And it is the libraries. Yep. We need to take a really close look at the condition of our libraries, the programming, and making sure that it is well resourced to remain an asset in our community. Our libraries cannot go away.
And it's crucial if we want to give people the chance to lift themselves up, to have a library. People will sometimes get at me because I am very pro-library. I'm very pro-transit and things like that. But the thing is, to me, is that we have to have a community where, if we always say, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but if we do not provide boots nor straps, what the hell is someone supposed to do?
That part. Well, it was Martin Luther King Jr., the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I'm paraphrasing, it's almost asinine to tell a bootless man to pull himself up by the bootstraps. That's MLK, y'all.
Yeah.
That's MLK. People don't really know that side of him. People, because he's been so palatable. Martin Luther King was not a palatable person.
The King biography that came out. I mean,
Jonathan Eek.
So
it's the best biography.
It's
on him.
amazing.
Yeah.
I read it when I was living in Milwaukee because, frankly, there wasn't as much to do in Milwaukee as there is in Detroit. I'm just going to say that.
Also,
right now.
was it colder?
So it was, yes, legitimately colder, less humid, noticeably. It was very strange. But anyway, I digress from that. That is a great biography, and that tells you a lot about MLK that people don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I knew a lot about him. I thought I knew more than the general public, and I still learned a lot.
It's the
that.
best
It's great.
biography written on him. I got the chance to interview Jonathan Eek when I was working at British Detroit because I fell in love with the book. And so I called him up to do an interview. And he was the nicest person. We talked. And then I remember saying to him, this is the best thing I've read on him. And I am a student of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I love him. And I said, you're going to freaking win all kinds of, you're going to win the Pulitzer. He won the Pulitzer.
There you go. You called it.
Yeah. And so to your point, it's crazy to ask a bootless man to pull himself up by the bootstraps. You got to get him the boots first. And public third spaces like libraries are perfect to start that process.
Oh, and I want to, and I know that they are like separate entities, but I think some cooperation could really happen where,
Same thing with the schools.
where these places should be the hubs of these neighborhoods, whether they're more dense and they have more things going on, but especially when you're out in a neighborhood where it's not as dense, where you've got more space between things, where it's like there is always a safe point.
Yes.
There was always a point where I can connect to jobs. There was always a point where I can connect to people. There's a point where I don't have to be alone.
Yeah, and the library is a great location. Several jobs ago, I worked for Prosperous Detroit, and we used to have office hours at the library in certain locations that didn't have like a coffee shop or a easy to meet in place. And I was so like, I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge library user at that time in my life, and hanging out in a day once a month in a different library in the city was great. I mean, I saw people who I wouldn't have seen otherwise. People, if it was summer, they were like really into the air conditioning. They were excited to come into a nice cool place and hang out, use the printer, take out books. I mean, there's a lot, I agree there could be more going on at the library, but the libraries are great and I think underutilized.
And there's so many people of our listeners who live in the suburbs. They always say to me, it's their libraries they're most proud of.
Yeah.
Right, all the time. Even people, we have a listener, very dedicated listener, all the way out in Sylvan Lake,
Okay.
and they're like, I spend $1,000 a year on my library because it's a small community, but it's worth every penny. And like the thing is, they could never imagine themselves living in a community that doesn't love its libraries. And Detroit should be a community that has all those things, because we gotta pass on the knowledge.
And I'll say that Detroiters love their libraries.
They do.
I grew up in a neighborhood where our library was the Monteith Library, this beautiful, old, historic building that library closed, and residents in that area still advocate for the reopening of the Monteith branch of the public library. I mean, is the Skillman branch of the library
It's
ever?
scheduled to come
Okay.
back online. It is scheduled to come back online now that construction is done.
Yeah.
There were some real challenges with all the construction equipment
Yeah.
near there. They didn't, like, if something happened with that giant crane,
Yeah.
that
Right.
was,
Of
I mean,
course.
because I asked around that, because I
Of
was like,
course.
this is, and they're like, yeah, well, there's a giant. I'm like, oh yeah, actually that makes
course.
that makes perfect sense.
course. Yeah.
I want to hop into some listener comments
Sure.
because people are at it. Stina, Mary said she wants to utilize the libraries and outreach programs to help prevent crimes with the youth. If they partner with libraries to create after-school programs, that'll be beneficial. Mia Poo says, I just went to the library today. Can use some improvement, but a lot of people don't utilize it as it is. And then, so those are two comments I wanted to highlight. I think that it is important to utilize it even more. And what's an improvement I think that we would like to see? Can you, like, Orlando personally, what would Orlando personally, not of Outlier Media, what would Orlando like to see the most in a library?
Oh man, I would like to see children having access to multimedia materials to do really cool stuff like this. Maybe Jer and I can go in once a week and teach them, podcasting and how to, be professional in your announcing and enunciation, teach them diction. I would like to see our libraries be a gathering place for where we engage in rigorous conversation, right, about any and everything. So Orlando is also the host of the Urban Continent, where we convene people to have critical conversations about cities. I feel like a library like the Skillman
That should
Retro,
be, it's got to be there.
right?
Yeah.
It was beautiful at the theater when you hosted, was it Ayanna Johnson?
Ayanna Johnson and Adrienne Marie Brown.
It was a very beautiful event. Very
Thank
beautiful
you.
event.
Thank you, sir.
But needs to
Thank
be
you
in a
for coming.
Of course. It helps that my partner and your friend is a huge fan of both of those people. I was just in service of my partner.
Hi, Amy.
Yeah.
Hi.
She's been texting me too while I've been sitting here.
But a space for multimedia, and then a chill space. If you were like me, sometimes after school, you wanted to hang out in the library. Maybe mom got to get off work, and stuff like that. And so sometimes after school, you can go right into the homework, but sometimes young people just want to kick back for a minute and just relax. And so space for that. And up-to-date computers and
Well, and youth is such an important issue right now in the city.
And books.
Books, yes.
Right? Yeah.
Real books.
Real books.
Real books.
Well, that was something like where I lived before, I did check out, like, a book would come out instead of going to the bookstore, which I still go to the bookstore and spend too much money, but I would go and rent it from the library. And I was like, oh, when I moved back to Detroit, I can't. Oh.
Get your library card.
First of all, I need to do that. I'm going to call my own self out and say I haven't done that yet. But I was like, they don't have as many copies of, like, new, like, they have an option where you can download stuff digitally, but I'm a hard old book reader. Like, I want a hard copy. I want to hold the book. I want to smell the pages, all that stuff.
I'm the same person.
Yeah, so they need more books, and they need to have the new releases, multiple copies, like, when they come out, to compete with people using a library instead of going and buying everything. So that's number one for me, just on a personal note. But growing up, and I grew up outside the city. I grew up in Romulus. I'll own that. My family still lives there. But our library used to have, like, a summer program. I remember as a kid, it was like every Tuesday in the summer, my mom would take me there. It was a couple hours, not a whole day thing or anything, not a babysitter. But it was like a thing where we could go and we'd learn about we'd read different books, or they'd have, like, someone doing a puppet show, magic show, whatever. But as a little kid, it was like something I look forward to in the summer to break up the summer, of nothing going on. So I think things like that would be great. When I was in middle school, I wanted to be a journalist, and I started my own newsletter. Nice. And they let me put it in the library, is where I printed it and put it where people, and I would, like, this is before social media. So I would tell my friends at school, like, we got to get your parents to drive you up to the library so you can get your copy of my newsletter that I'm publishing. So and it would be about,
we got to get her on the audience team.
Yes.
Yeah, I would write little articles about, like, oh, this park was renamed, whatever, they lost dog. I would include all that kind of stuff and then put it at the library. And they gave me a whole little place to put my newsletter, a little comment box. Hey, questions or comments about the newsletter. It's 13-year-old Amanda. This is what I used to do. And I think the library in Detroit could be that for the next 13-year-old journalist, or whatever that looks like.
That is amazing. Also,
I have a dream.
There you go.
Those headlines also make me think of my favorite video game, SimCity,
Yeah.
where it's like all the little headlines at the bottom, like llama stuck in vault or whatever. I love that. So one of the reasons I love local news is, like, there's always, like, the strangest and most wild stories sometimes.
The listeners are reminiscing about libraries. The Duffield Library, who is this, Stina? The Duffield Library on the Boulevard. That's a Detroiter when they just say the Boulevard.
Yes.
That's because that's what it is. It is the Boulevard.
There you go.
What? East Grand? What? No. Saved my family as a kid. We went there every day after school when we didn't have electricity and heat to do our homework and use the computers. Oh my goodness. And Designer Guy 24 says, I am blessed that Mount Clemens has an amazing library system. Go to Mount Clemens. They totally embrace the LGBTQIA community by hosting drag queen bingo, drag queens, story time, and even Macomb County Pride. Yeah.
That's,
Wow.
So our public third spaces should be inclusive of every single identity. Everybody should feel safe. Everybody should feel seen. Everyone should feel cared for.
and I think that's so crucial, especially with those kind of places it's so important to have, like, places that are for the public where they can go and they don't have to spend money.
That's what's low barrier of entry. I mean, that's what no cost. When I had the coffee shop, I used to charge people, because it was a coffee shop, I had to keep the lights on. But I would tell people if they came in and it was hot and they wanted air, or it was cold and they wanted heat, I was like, you hang out, it's not busy in here, that's fine. If you can buy something cool that helps me keep the lights on, if you can't, also fine. Which other customers were like, Amanda, you can't do that. And I was like, yeah, I can, watch me. And so, but
because
my
it's
point
your
is,
spot.
right, but my point is, if you can't do that and, whatever, a library is a great opportunity for that.
And it
free.
gets really hot in Detroit in the summertime.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
So
Getting
libraries
hotter.
could be cooling centers. It gets really cold in the winter. They can be warming centers.
Exactly.
I mean, we can get so much usage out of them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take us down this rabbit hole.
No, I like it. This is a live stream. We can go wherever we want.
I am such a book nerd, and I love everything about a library. I do.
Yeah.
All right. What is the number one book if somebody moves to Detroit they need to read first?
Origins of the Urban Crisis by Tom Suger.
Seconded. Seconded. Without a doubt. You without reading it, you don't understand what happened.
Yeah, you don't understand
you
why.
won't have-
You
you won't have
won't
combat.
understand the current condition. You will not. Yeah,
How do we get here
It's-
if you're going
it's a
down?
must read.
Yeah, it's an absolute must read.
yeah. What about you?
Oh, I was just gonna say, just gonna call it out. Just one of Aaron Foley's books. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Leave it there. There you go.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Your choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Origins of the Urban Crisis, should be taught. And then, people ask, what book should I read? What news media? And my thing is, I'm always recommending Origins of the Urban Crisis, and I'm always telling them to listen to Daily Detroit and Authentically Detroit to just get a feel for what's happening.
Well, and I think we cover we're related, but we cover two different sides of the coin.
Yeah. Which
Do
is
you know
why
what I mean?
you would get completely different experiences and commentary listening to both shows. Yeah, it's true.
And your colleague Donna Givens Davidson. It shouldn't be Donna Divins Davidson. Donna Givens. She's gonna get at me if she's on the comments anywhere. She will not be quiet, and I appreciate that about her.
We love her.
There's so much of a rooted perspective in that.
Yeah.
That a lot of people just don't even know. And I find myself even in our Patreon chat a lot of times on our Discord, because our members have a newsroom Discord that they can be a part of.
So fancy.
You know what? It's because I'm a nerd and I'm surrounded by wonderful nerds,
Yeah, and you get to do this full time.
which is I
It's
don't know
such
how.
a blessing. It's a blessing. Donna and I don't get to do Authentically Detroit full time. So
But you do have Outlier.
well, I love having Outlier. Yes.
And you do like the real work.
I give you the work. We do the work so that the pundits can do their punditry and talk about it. And
We need what is it? We need strong facts for our opinions loosely held.
yeah,
There you go. There you go.
I love it.
In the chat, my vote is for everything I learned in a Chinese restaurant.
Oh, have you read that?
That's on the shelf behind you. Here,
Yeah.
let me go get it real quick. It's going to look funny because I'm be walking
Yeah.
behind Orlando
It's
in the
okay.
studio.
And then they also recommended a Aaron Foley book, Boys Come First.
Boys Come First. I was gonna say, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. Shout out to Aaron Foley. Yeah. Everything I learned in the So when I was at Bridge Detroit, we interviewed Curtis when the book came out, because it's a memoir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people at first thought it was going to be like Chinese food recipes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I didn't think that.
And it was,
okay.
and
I
he
guess
knocked
I
it
can
out of
see
the
it now,
park,
yeah.
and it's not that.
I haven't opened it. So
Bring it back. Bring it back later.
I will. Micah, my former colleague, she's still my colleague in the sector. Micah Walker cracked it open and read it and interviewed Curtis Shin. Yeah. How about the latest at Detroit's Chinatown?
That's some stuff.
Yeah.
I was in Chicago's Chinatown when that event happened.
Yeah, I just knew you would be there, Jared.
Norris was there for me.
Okay.
And so was like half the people who listen to this show. But it's beautiful from everything that I saw I love that there's energy happening around all that stuff. And there's been a lot of championing by Stephanie Chang.
Yeah.
State senator, I remember?
Senator Stephanie Chang.
I have to remember which title it is. Wasn't she a rep at one point?
She was.
Okay.
She was a rep. at
See, this
one
is why we have you, the facts.
I try my best to bring them, but it's been a tremendous time with y'all. I
know
gotta
you
go
gotta
and
go.
get prepped for the next thing, but this was a whole lot of fun. Thanks for having me on, Jared.
I appreciate you, Orlando.
I
Thank you for-
appreciate you too, my friend. Good to see you.
at the 10 listen, if you all leave at the 10 p.m. hour to go watch Orlando, I understand.
Yeah, watch me at WDIV Local 4 at
Bring up
beginning at
both
10 o'clock.
windows at the same time.
Hopefully I can still bring the facts there and they let me have my computer. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Take care. Yeah. Yeah, that flew by. I started
That
coming
definitely
for an
flew
hour,
by.
and yeah, it's after 9 already. Wow.
It's crazy. It's been wild out there.
Yeah.
It has been wild out there. I haven't heard from a wild Norris. He's from somewhere. He's somewhere, I'm sure, driving around, but I haven't heard from him yet. So yeah, I'm just. We're a little. I don't want to say we're slow on results.
Might be. I'm not going as fast as people want them. People want the results.
They want them,
now.
like,
I mean,
right
that's-
now.
Everyone wants that instant gratification these days.
Right, and we
you
got
know,
this
so
little tiny taste.
1,000 votes for somebody who said it was like, it was really
Yeah, like
low number.
1,000
Yeah,
votes
it's-
for Sheffield. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how it's standing right now. If I'm looking, it's still 44 with very few votes in.
Yeah, the percentages are a little misleading. I like the numbers because then it's like, yeah, it's only this many votes.
Right, because
So-
it's literally 0% of precincts reporting.
Okay.
So like, Yeah, sure. Mary Sheffield has 44%, but it's 1,029 votes.
Right. Of the what they say, like 20,000 today, 50,000 absentee. So I mean, that's a lot still to be counted.
Yeah.
Still a lot going on.
Yeah, and I'm using a couple things because I'm actually trying to look at the city website results, and sometimes they pop up, and sometimes they do not. So I've been bouncing around to different sites for that. So, Amanda,
Yeah.
so what's next for you here in Detroit? Because you're doing this work. Are you going to be back involved in things in any way? Are you looking to get back involved?
I'm always like dipping my toe in. I want to be involved, but not too much. But I do. It's kind of one of those. I'm being a little cagey. I'll be honest. I'm like, I want to know what's going on.
You're trying to protect your peace.
Yeah, I am. That's true. That's totally accurate.
Because I got to imagine when you owned the coffee shop, like your life was everything all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I used to say that I worked 70 hours a week collectively every week when I had the coffee shop. And, how many hours were we open? Maybe like 30, 40. But the rest of the time was the errands for the place. I also waited tables the entire time. I owned the coffee shop very publicly to eat. So, I've been exhausted. I've been burned out. So I really don't want to do that ever again, if possible. So my mother asks me, are you going to open another coffee shop? I say, no. Gosh, no. I love entrepreneurs. I'll support small business all day long, but I did it and I'm good. I don't have the ambitions to do it again.
You've scratched that
I'm
itch.
Good. Yeah. I mean, is there a reality where someone wants to open something, they want like a partnership or I can be slightly involved? Maybe. But I'm not going to do it the Amanda show ever again. That was too much. It was too much. Something you can do in your late 20s that you should do then and not now.
Yeah,
at this stage.
I've had to learn pacing as this project has grown a lot because otherwise, like if I go, sometimes one of the reasons why I like to sometimes travel is because oftentimes if I'm like down here, I will run into somebody and usually they won't recognize my face. It's when I talk.
Oh yeah, it's your voice. Yeah.
And they'll be like, it's you.
Wait, I know that voice. Yep.
One of my favorite stories from just before the pandemic.
Okay.
Before everything
Way
froze.
back when.
Way back when. I was at Kiesling.
Okay.
And I was just closing out my bar tab. And this woman walks up to me. And I'm like, very rarely is someone just, oh, hey, how are you? And I'm like thinking in my head, I'm like, oh, I'm, great. Yeah. No, she goes, my brother and my dad love your show. I think you're awful.
Oh, wow. She said that to your face.
To my face. One of my favorite reviews is that I'm nasally and annoying, but well informed.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
I appreciate. I can do the deprecating humor.
I can't believe she said that to you. Like come on.
But the rest of the night I had a great time. So we finished up at Kiesling. We went to the Old Miami.
Okay.
At the end of the night, I ended up hanging out with 3 pit bull dogs who all wanted to hang out with me.
That's a nice night. That's a great night.
Yeah, I mean it's always a great night.
Yeah.
It's always a great night. Now I have a pit bull.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I have a rescue puggle.
Puggle?
Yeah, he's a pug beagle mix. He's a rescue out of Wisconsin. But it was funny when you were talking about earlier, giving your dog a treat to keep them from barking. That works because mine's just like, okay, another treat now. Dogs. Anyway. But yeah, no, I walk my neighborhood a lot with the dog. I try to, I think it's really important when you live in a neighborhood to walk the neighborhood, know your neighbors. No, I think I'm saying things. If you're in it here, you probably know this, but in case you aren't, it's really nice to be on the ground and just walking and run into people, and check on your neighbors and hey, what's up with this person? And I do that every day, and I run into somebody, at least one somebody every day, neighbor across the street, neighbor down here, somebody else walking, and just keep in the loop on what's going on where I live.
Living in Detroit is a participatory activity.
Yes, and it should be. And in my opinion, it should be. You should be a participant in your own city. If you're not, then yeah, this is definitely not the place for you.
Yeah, whether it's like it's like walking with intention or checking out different blocks or going up for me, it's like, okay, how is the park doing? Those kind of things, because we deal with the challenges that we do.
Yep.
You unless you're in only one of a few places, it's important to put your shoulder to the wheel and say, okay, who is my block captain?
Yes. Yep.
You know, who is my council person? All those things, because we all have to keep an eye out for each other around here.
Yes, and I think that's part of why it's so important to vote in local elections. In my opinion, maybe more important than the bigger elections, because these are people you can see. These are people you could, probably don't touch them, but you could. You're that close. You could touch them. You should see your council person and your neighbor and be aware of who they are. I mean, where I live, there is an elderly person who has some mobility issues, and she, when I met her, gosh, how long ago? 15 years ago, she was the person who knew where all the vacant properties were in the neighborhood, and she knew who owned them, and she knew who to call if there was a problem with them. And so now she's still around, not as mobile. She calls me and she's like, hey, can you go walk by this address and take pictures of it for me? And I do it for her because she's keeping tabs on the neighborhood and making sure, hey, is that a busted window? Is someone squatting in there? She's doing that, and she's not a cop. She's not a registered anything. She's just a concerned citizen. And the whole time I've known her, and I'm sure many moons before, she was doing this. And there's more people than just her, but she's the one that called me 2 days ago, so she's the one at the top of my mind. But,
Yeah, and for me, it's that idea of, I'm originally, when I was a kid, I actually lived just a few blocks from where I live now.
Okay, wow.
And so to see that change, has been really huge, but also to be like, okay, well, like I will talk to neighbors who have been there since the 50s.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, this store was in this commercial spot. Like there's a blown out commercial storefront a couple blocks away.
Yeah.
And my neighbor is like, this was here, this was there, this was there. And it's great to hear it, but also in his voice, I know that he wants those things to be back.
Yes. And it took me a while when I opened the coffee shop, because I hadn't, when I opened the coffee shop, I'd lived in the city, 3 or 4 years. And then I, not from the city originally. My dad went to Denby. My grandfather was a Detroit police officer. I mean, my great grandfather came up from the South to live in Detroit, work in the factories. So, I mean, I'm a 4th generation Detroiter when I moved into the city, but I'm a transplant, even though I have that lineage. And so it took me a while to realize when people were telling me, oh yeah, that used to be blah, blah, blah steakhouse. I thought they meant last year, 2 years ago. Oh no, they're talking about 20 years ago. That was a steakhouse, and they wished it was still there. And it took me a while of hearing the story from multiple people and their age to kind of put together that's in their mind. They wish that was there, but it hasn't been there in a while. And they've been kind of just living here and hoping for stuff to come for quite some time at that point. And that's talking 2012, 2013,
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people who are participating in this election, they want action. They want action. I think that also goes to some of the disenchantment or the apathy that we see with the low turnout, is that people want to see, okay, this thing's going to happen. They want the stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's hard. The biggest thing I noticed coming back, I feel like you asked me that earlier, so I'm finally going to answer it for you, is
yeah, we've been all over the place. Sorry,
it's totally
everybody.
Good. No, it's all good. I'm good. I think we're entertaining as long as they're still commenting. Right?
They're commenting.
We're
There's people there. Oh, by the way, you know who just chimed in?
Who?
Emily Gale.
Oh, hey.
I appreciate Daily Detroit. She is the person, say nice things about Detroit.
Yes. Yep.
Legend.
I have that T-shirt. I do.
Yes.
There you go.
A living legend is Emily Gale. So thank you so much. I've appreciated you've been following us for a while. It really does mean a lot to me. But back to your point.
Well, you go downtown. And I mean, we can talk about the 7.2. We could go there. I'm going to for a second.
Yeah.
You go down there, and in the 4 years that I didn't live in Michigan, every time I would come into the city, which, a couple times a year when I come back and visit family and friends, go downtown and everything's changed. And there's so much development and there's so much going on. And I think when you live in the neighborhood, which I do, I have, people are like, well, why aren't I seeing that same level of development in my neighborhood?
When I saw that big time? When I was living in the North End and the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Because
NFL draft?
You would never know.
Yep.
You would never know. And that draft, although I'm really glad it happened and it brought a lot of people down, people didn't really understand. The planners didn't understand that people were going to stay in the fence line.
Yeah, they were not going to venture out.
And except for a couple of people who wore more jerseys.
Sure.
Out where I lived in the North End, it was any other day. It was quieter in some respects because some folks were gone to go do it. But there was no wider impact across the city. It was great for within the fence line. But even if you were outside the fence line, I remember stopping by a Starbucks on the other side of the fence.
Okay.
And they had 3 customers all day.
Well, that's and
Just
that-
right there, that Starbucks right there downtown.
Yes, I know.
And it was like a literal fence. I went to a great event in Corktown at Batch Brewing, where
Okay.
actually I saw some like public officials and whatever.
Oh, wow.
Really cute event about being pro-Michigan.
Great.
I walked the way up there. I saw like 4 Lions jerseys. There was not the
Yeah.
connection to it. And I think that's part of the reason why it's so important we do things like transit and all those other stuff. Because if you're coming here for the first time or you're coming here for this big event, you're going to go where you know to go.
Yes.
And what I have learned, unfortunately, in covering the city is that so often the wider perception is just a few neighborhoods. When
Yes.
I say North End, they're like, what do you mean?
Yeah, where? Huh?
Yeah, huh? Right.
exactly.
Or whereas when I go to some other places, it's like, oh, I know what Andersonville is in Chicago, or I know
Yeah.
what Bronzeville is, or whatever. That neighborhood identity with the wider public, not within, but within the wider public, is something we need to lean on.
Yeah, they're aware of it. I think people are looking at, oh yeah, like maybe they brought people in from the NFL draft who weren't from the city, is what that tells me. They didn't realize
course.
that, oh wow, this is a big place and people aren't going to go farther than 5 minutes from where the draft is happening. And it's like, if you planned something, I mean, you're talking not even that far North End, but say you planned
Or
something.
there wasn't anybody in Corktown.
Corktown, I mean, how are they ever going to get to Livernois? How are they ever going to get out, you know?
Well, but also I think about it from an honest perspective from the visitor's point of view. From the visitor's point of view, how would they know?
Yeah, I'm not blaming them. No, I'm not blaming the visitor because they, you know, how much research can you do? It's a big place here. I remember bringing people to Detroit. I probably could still do it, but you know, when I first moved back into the city to open the coffee shop, taking them on a drive and saying, you know, okay, we're downtown. Now we're going to drive out to Rosedale Park, and they were like, "This is still Detroit? We got on a highway," and I'm like, "Yep, still Detroit." You know, but people who aren't from the city and have no experience with a large city. Some of these people I'm referring to, they were like, we're still in Detroit. This is still, yeah, it's a huge place. And so the only way you close that gap is exactly what you're talking about. It's transit. It's having it so that people can easily be mobile and go to all the other places.
For sure, for sure. I know at some point, a wild Great Laker Nori is going to appear, to use a Pokemon term. I'm not sure he's ready yet, but he's at another campaign headquarters. I'm not going to say which, because I think I read it right, but I'm not going to count on it. I will hop to the comments right now from Andrew. My mom grew up near Puritan and Burt on the west side, and she can tell all about every store in Old Redford and Rosedale Park that ever existed from 1965 to 1990. I wish I could have seen the heyday. McGee also says, this is why we need better transit for tourists to see the other parts of the city and even suburbanites who only come downtown.
Yes.
So those are really, really good points. And there's been so many, there's been so many shifts, even looking in old family albums of my family from like the 60s and 70s, where they were all like, some of my mom's family was Gratiot and Gunston,
Okay. Yeah.
over by City Airport.
Yeah.
Seeing the old photos over there on Dickerson. My great-grandmother lived on Dickerson, right over there by the old Continental plant.
Yes. You're talking about places people are not talking about right now.
But when you go down Dickerson now, bless the people who live there, but it doesn't look anything like it.
Oh yeah, no, the house my father grew up in, which is close to Denby High, it's gone. It's just a vacant lot. I mean, and that's only in the last couple of years because we used to drive by it and be like, oh yeah, that's where he grew up. And then one time we grew back and all there were stairs, and we were like, oh, now it's gone. Okay, so yeah, that's.
We have a large chunk of results in.
All right, I'm ready. We're
all
all
right.
ready. We're all ready.
Yeah, we are. All right. So get this. As we are partial precincts. Wow. Okay. I'm going to wait for some more information on this. But the way the city reports it so far, with 24,642 votes, Mary Sheffield's got 53.8% of the vote. Oh. Next up is Solomon Kinlock, 16.8% of the vote with 7,711. Sontiel Jenkins, 13.5%. James Craig, 6.4%. Then Todd Perkins, 4.25%. Durhall, 3%.
Okay, those have changed.
Those are some big changes. Those are some big changes. And if that holds, in a primary, if you've got your number one candidate pulling more than 50% of the vote, that would mean a pretty uphill challenge.
Yes.
For anybody who is going to be in that second spot. And I'm going to pull some more stuff. I know Lucci's going to be behind the scenes and maybe pull up some links for me to go take a look at beyond the city of Detroit here. Because this is on the city website here. So, yeah,
I wonder to do the math. I mean, if Sheffield has over 50%.
53. I mean,
53. So it's close. It's not that big, over 50. Because just thinking about if you could fold all the people, right? You'd have to, right? You'd have to fold all the other candidates into whoever's the next seat. Then it would be a tight race. But is that going to happen? Like, are all those people who can't vote for the person they voted for today?
and
where
would they
the will
line
to
up?
go? Yeah.
And would they line up behind Solomon Kinloch, who is pulling 16% of the vote?
Right.
And would those voters line up behind him? And that is a very open question.
Yeah, I
To be
don't-
honest with you, because I can even think about the kinds of voters I know for each of these spots. I don't see them doing that.
No, me neither.
This would be very interesting if this holds, and we'll see. But this is a pretty big chunk of votes. I mean, this is, according to the city, more than 45,000 votes.
Oh, wow. Is that like all of the absentee ballots? Like, that's almost what that sounds like from what Orlando was saying earlier with his.
Yeah, so that's
interesting.
interesting on the city of Detroit. Voter turnout is voter turnout so far that voter turnout, according to the city of Detroit's website, and this is just on there, is 8.93%.
Oh, that's really low.
I think it's got to be more than, I think there's got to be some reporting stuff with this website going on here. So, yeah, I'm also looking at some other links here to keep an eye out with what's going on. Lucci, can you send me direct for Detroit, please? I don't need the rest of the stuff. So the other sites are not having this much data out
Oh.
on the election. So we're going to see what they've got going on. If I'm going to bounce over to council at large, Mary Waters with the lead with 27,000 votes for the top spot. Coleman Young second with nearly 33%. Janae Ayers 13%. And then James Harris at 6.5%.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting. And if that all holds, that'd be very different than like whatever polling that we've seen. So this is so far very interesting stuff. So I am looking forward to getting some more stuff, and also knowing that Norris is out there somewhere at some point. Adam, do we have any updates on Norris yet? All right, we do not. We do not. All right.
Well, at large names that you said, I mean, those are, so you got two incumbents.
Waters been around for forever.
Yeah,
and has a
mean,
strong base. And she's ran for multiple. It's name people know. And Coleman Young Jr. It's a name people know.
Exactly.
And also he himself, I mean, sure, you could say his dad. His dad is known, but was known. But like he is out there everywhere doing things.
He's run for so many different things and done so many different things. I mean, if you want to Wikipedia him, there's a lot going on with that guy.
And Janae Ayers used to be in the office.
Exactly. She was in at large when I owned the coffee shop. So I mean, those are all names that people know. And so I mean, this isn't news. This is definitely not news. But people vote based on what sounds familiar, and that really, especially at a seat like that, like at large, they're like some people probably. I'm just gonna guess here. People probably went to go vote for mayor, and they showed up and they went, "Oh, I have to also vote for at large. Well, I've heard these names before, so I'm gonna vote for." Yeah, that sounds familiar, and I think that's huge, and why name recognition is so important when you're running and to get your name out there, because people may not even know what you stand for or what you're about, but they just know that name and they're like, I feel comfortable with that name. I'm gonna vote for it.
In the 5th district, which is mine, over on the east side. There's been 6,659 votes cast. Out of that, Renata Miller, I believe former UAW.
Okay.
She is in the lead with almost 23%. Then you have Willie Burton at almost 21%. Tatiana Jackson, over 17%. And Esther Hogebook, just under 17%. So that's what we've got going on there. Let's do District 7. Karen Whitsitt with 39.5% of the vote. So a very strong lead over there with Denzel McCampbell, who's been very popular on social media, a more progressive candidate, 28% of the vote coming up. So obviously this is a primary. So that is always interesting to see when somebody either has or has not cracked that 50% threshold. And then Angela Whitfield Callaway has 42% of the vote, more than 42% of the vote in District 2 over Roy McAllister Jr. with 31%, and Helena Scott with 26%, which Roy McAllister has been around for a while.
Yeah, that's another familiar name.
It's another familiar name. Like this is something that's really a pattern, to say the least.
Yeah.
I won't say it's interesting because it's kind of what you expect.
It is. It's not interesting. It's not news. I'm not saying anything that's like profound here, but I just think it's like, oh, we're still doing that. Oh, okay. We're just going to go with those names we know.
But you know what? It's hard to cut through.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
It's very hard to cut through. All right. So yeah, Mayor of Detroit, they have the same data up on other websites now.
Okay.
So
must be real.
yeah, must be real. So 54% for Sheffield, 17% for Kinloch, 14% for Jenkins. So right now it's really looking like it's going to be, can Jenkins find somewhere, like where are we at with this? Really interesting with that.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's look at some other places that we are around. There's a Livonia facilities mill. Yeah, all the other smaller stuff is not in yet around the county.
Okay.
You know, some suburban communities I wanted to hit on. There's some stuff happening in Livonia. I think a couple other places have some bond millages. So yeah, I didn't expect this many results this fast.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Like we were worried about results, and all of a sudden there was like a wall of results.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know more. I want those election officials to chime in and tell us why that happened and why. You know, I want to know. I've got questions.
For sure, for sure. Let's see if we can find. I got some other data. Mayor of Pontiac, Mike McGinnis, council president, has 44% of the vote. Mayor of Southfield is Kenson Siver, S-I-V-E-R, 57% of the vote, according to engineer Randy. So I appreciate you putting that straight up in chat for me so that I can just rip it off. So those are the leading candidates over there. Randy, those are the leading candidates over there. Thank you. Thank you. CO, how is it possible that Detroit has 500,000 registered voters, 18 plus age adults, and the city can't be more than 440K? Registered voters, like, it is there's registered voters, but there's a variety of reasons you don't want to just take them straight off the rolls.
Yeah.
Immediately. Because people move, for one thing.
People die.
Yeah. Some of that stuff goes in really fast, but other times, if somebody just moves and doesn't say anything, you're not going to pick them up for a while.
Yeah.
Or somebody moves in and doesn't register.
Right. Because they still ask you if you want to register when you get your license. You can say no, which I think is a weird thing to do, but
it's a
they
very
ask
weird thing
you.
to do.
They don't
Especially,
automatically do it.
If you are going to pay the car insurance in Detroit,
Yes.
vote. You paid the premium. Vote.
Yeah.
I do agree. I mean, obviously, there always needs to be stuff done, but you don't want to disenfranchise people. Like, I understand the idea to get it as tight as possible, but one of the things we have learned over the years is that if we're too aggressive, we end up disenfranchising people.
Yes. Making it harder, creating barriers. You don't want to do that. I mean, that's
Right.
why the rules shouldn't be completely tight, but.
Right. I mean, they should be tight in that, like, when you show up, you got to show your ID.
You do.
And so there's nothing funny going on there.
No.
So
You have to be you.
you have to be you, despite what Fox News will tell you. You have to be you.
True.
I handed over my ID. Let's see here. So thank you for that question, though. I appreciate it. I understand the confusion. Like, I understand it's like not intuitive.
Right. Well, because if the numbers don't make sense, like numbers should make sense. Numbers should, you add them up. That should be but if the numbers are saying one thing and they're asking why this, I mean.
Well, a lot of these things like aren't like I guess it's easily explainable, but it's not easily evident.
Yeah. There you go.
And I think, you know what, when as I wait here to hear from Norris, that is one of the things I think that's difficult in our discourse right now. There's so many things where they are easily explainable but not immediately evident, and especially in a world where we're talking about TikTok and Instagram and everything's got to be in 30 seconds. I can tell you, as somebody who's covered this stuff for a long time, there's a lot of things that take more than 30 seconds to explain.
Yes.
And I don't blame anybody for that, but that's kind of the world that we're in right now, meaning read books, as we said earlier.
Yeah, you read books, put down your phone. I mean, I notice if I look at my phone more, in a week, in a day, whatever, like my attention span starts to go like for television and for like other things that I used to be fine consuming. And I go, oh, I've seen too much. And like, then I on purpose try to not look at my phone for a while. And I notice my attention span improves. I really, maybe it's in my head.
Okay, so
but I think it's real.
how are you staying away from the phone? Because I need to do a better job of it, especially considering what I do. I need more thinking space.
Yeah, so a couple things. So when I take that dog for a walk, sometimes I leave my phone at home. Yeah, it doesn't track my steps then. Oh darn. But like it's okay to have that little 20 minutes with the dog walking in the fresh air, and I know my neighbors, so if something happens to me I could probably go up to someone's door and knock, hey, I need help, instead of like I have to have my phone with me. So that's one. Put the phone away there. Also when I work, I try to, my work isn't looking at my phone, so I try to put it away and just focus on work, play some music, something like that. So but I have to be really intentional about it, because I could look at Instagram and Facebook and all the things. I could do it.
These AirPods are a blessing and a curse.
Yes.
With the notifications and everything.
Oh gosh, no, I don't do that. See, I don't do that. I don't want it.
People are like, oh, you should get an Apple Watch. I'm like, no, I will just literally become some sort of, twitching notification addict. And that's not going to fly.
No, you got
Also, you can't do deep work. You can't think about anything.
Yeah.
You're always reacting to things.
Yes.
And when you're always reacting, you're not sitting. Like, one of the things I love. So, Orlando Bailey was here. If you're new here and you just join us, Orlando Bailey from Outlier Media was here. And with that whole kerfuffle with the city, I love that he posted the next day.
Yeah.
And it was the most eloquent thing.
He took time.
He took time. Yeah. He measured. Taking a beat needs to be more valued. I don't know how it becomes more valued, but taking like a little beat.
I think it's going to be really hard, because everyone wants instant gratification, and they want it now. They want it yesterday. They want it in 30 seconds. Like,
and we're trained for it.
Yeah, and we have been trained for it. So not waiting feels like the right move, but I think you should take a beat, take a pause. Time's moving fast, but not that fast. Give yourself some breathing room. I really believe that's true.
I can confirm that Norris Howard is at the Sheffield headquarters.
Okay.
It's a very good night for them over there. We're not ready to plug in quite yet, but things are coming together. Apparently, there's going to be a speech.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So this is pretty big here.
Yeah.
And
do we know where they are downtown?
They are at Cambria Hotel.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They're at Cambria, which is that place. I'll take a minute and give shout out to Cambria. They've done a really nice job. That was the old TV station, WDIV.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It was an old radio station, and in fact, some of the ballrooms are old studios. They have some of the old broadcast equipment on the walls there. It's super cool with that stuff.
I have to go check this out.
And it's got a rooftop patio.
I got invited to someone's birthday party there. I didn't make it, but that's how I'm aware that it exists.
You could throw your own party there if you want. By the way, you could also come to our party. I'm throwing a birthday party this Saturday at the Old Miami, Detroit's dog park for humans. It's going to be great.
I love that.
3 p.m. to 6 p.m. We're going to be doing a live show. We will maybe talk a little bit about this, but really we're going to be doing rankings of different fun Detroit stuff. Engineer Randy will be manning the microphones. We will have music. We will have games. It will be a fun time. Also, brought to you in part by Johnny Walker.
Oh.
There will be limited samples.
Look at that.
I was on our member-only chat on Patreon asking, what cocktail can we do with Johnny Walker? And Devin O'Reilly, who hosts our Friday show, says, Johnny Walker Blue on the rock. It's on the rocks. That's it.
It's true. I don't know anyone who makes drinks with any of that. I don't.
Did Engineer Randy, who also is an engineer of cocktails, come up with anything with Johnny Walker?
No.
Oh boy, he's. You know what, Randy? Come over here. Come over here. Let's talk about. As we wait for Norris.
Yeah.
Let's come on over here to this third spot here. Let's talk about that event, because I know you're a big deal. Also, I see you also got your I voted sticker.
There you go.
I appreciate you very much.
Yeah. I was, what did I say earlier? 22nd in my precinct, I think.
Okay, and you're closer. You're Midtown?
I'm in Midtown, so precinct 151.
Okay. So you're a not new, but relatively new Detroit resident.
Yeah, this is my third year in the city.
Okay. Is this your first election?
No. I think I voted 2024 in the city.
Okay. But it's for city election.
For city, yes.
Oh, okay. Do we have, is that Norris? I believe we have Norris. And of course, we're going to bring Randy back in, but I believe we're going to have Norris here. All right. There he is. I see him.
Oh, yo, what's up?
I don't have any
It is
audio.
going down here.
I don't
I'm at
have
the,
any audio.
Sheffield. Oh, you hear me now?
I don't have any audio. Now do I have audio? Norris, talk for me. Norris.
Yes.
There you are.
There he is.
Yes. Okay. There we go.
There we go.
I'm up here on the Cambria rooftop at the Sheffield watch party.
Oh, look at you.
I know you guys are probably. What's that?
Look at you.
Yeah, man, it's colorful out here. I'm gonna give you guys a walkthrough in a second, but I just want to say that I had a look at the numbers myself very early, and the lead is pretty vast right now. It's pretty astronomical. We're awaiting Council President Sheffield to come out in just a few moments, but I just want to give y'all a view of the scene right quick. So let me switch things over and let me show y'all, man, because it feels like this is where sort of a lot of younger Black Detroit is. They are with Sheffield. They're with it.
This I mean, all Detroiters are beautiful, but that's a beautiful crowd.
Yeah, let me switch back. And that's really only half of the party. There's a whole nother half. The press pit is sort of slicing the party in half. You got to kind of barrel your way through, but it's an incredible scene here, and everybody is in incredibly high spirits, and understandably so. The people that I talked to here, one lady, while she was doing the hustle, was talking about she never thought she would see a woman potentially be mayor of the city of Detroit, and after tonight, that seems to be one step closer to that becoming a reality. Again, the lead is cavernous. Last numbers I saw was 54%.
Yeah.
That's staggering. That is absolutely staggering. And I'm gonna slide back as soon as I can. I'll get some photos from when she arrives and some video from when she arrives. But as
do you
it stands
think
right
you
now,
might?
I mean, it's incredible.
Do you think she's gonna speak very soon?
Yeah, we just heard the call for her father, Reverend Horace Sheffield, to be called to the stage. So I anticipate within the next 10, 15 minutes, we should be getting basically a victory speech from Mary Sheffield moving forward as the front runner for the mayor's office of Detroit.
Do you want to stick around for a minute and bring us that?
Yeah, I'll stick around here for a hot second and see if we can get her. There's going to be a short press scrum after that, a floor below us, and then after that, I'll head back to the studio and help you guys close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you, Norris.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all. Hope to see everybody back there in the studio, but crazy night so far, and looking forward for there to be a pretty historic evening.
All right. Well, take care. Be safe out there, and just message into the studio, and we'll get you back on when it's time.
See you later.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so people know, because this is kind of how things are coming together now, a little bit sooner than maybe we thought. Norris is going to stay out there for a little bit. We're going to, I think, try to bring that speech to you live. And then Norris is going to come back here, and we will record the podcast for tomorrow's episode for our main feed as soon as he gets back here. Because, you know, most of our audience is in our podcast feed. You know, we have, thousands of listeners over there. And, that's the big product that people look for us to do every day. I want to make sure it's in there. And, of course, you'll be live. So if you're here, you'll be hearing that show before it goes out in the morning with all of us, which is really great. So while we wait for that, and Adam will make sure to flag me down, why don't we get back to our topic of conversation and talk about Saturday? And, Randy.
I can make a cocktail with Johnny Walker. Will
It tastes good?
Old Miami have ingredients for us? Do we need to go stock up their bar a little bit beforehand so we can make?
Well, what are you thinking about doing here, sir? Because you tend to get a little bit elaborate. If people don't know, Engineer Randy can be This man almost got himself thrown out of Nancy whiskey for too many ingredients.
It wasn't quite
Or that was
bad,
Nancy
but-
whiskey. It was whiskey in a jar in Hamtramck.
Yeah, they would have.
Okay.
I don't think they would have actually thrown me out. They just said, "No, here's your rum in a glass."
I had
Stop
to. I had
talking."
to sign for you, sir. They
Yeah.
made me sign for you.
Wow.
Shout out to KP.
But I think if at Old Miami, you're not really looking for a craft cocktail there. So I would say, some Coke if you want to add some Coca-Cola to your
Okay,
drink.
so let's
or-
say you were not at the old Miami and you just want to make something with Johnny Walker. What would you do?
Oh boy, that's a good question. Let's see. I'm not much of a whiskey drinker, to be honest. My specialty is rum. You can never go wrong with an old fashioned in any spirit. So it's a great way to try a spirit if you're not up to drinking it neat. But if you aren't, maybe substitute for your favorite ingredient in a cocktail. You could put it in, swap out the gin and a Negroni for an interesting twist. You could even do a Manhattan or a Boulevardier with it instead.
You know what I do sometimes? I add a little extra simple syrup to my Boulevardier, and I call it the Grand Boulevardier.
I like
Nice.
that. There you go.
Got to add a little bit of something to it. I know you're a coffee barista. Do you engage, or are you all coffee?
No. So I bartended. It's so funny when I used to bartend like weddings, which is not as exciting because it's like banquet bartending.
It doesn't sound exciting
it's
at all.
not.
I've been to weddings and I've
they're
seen the sadness of the bartenders on the other side.
At a wedding, like I've done regular bartending, but I've did a lot of like catering bartending in my life, and sometimes there would be Johnny Walker, like that just happened to be the whiskey that somebody, the bride thought was fancy, so they got it. And the only people who would drink it at a wedding are like 80-year-old men who want it on the rocks, is what it was at that time that I was doing this. Probably 10
Are
years
we
ago.
saying that Devin O'Reilly is secretly an 80-year-old man?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's who drinks it at weddings, and there's no exciting ingredients at a wedding because when you're a
Yeah.
wedding bartender, and that's where I was going with it. Wedding bartenders, all you have is the Coke, Sprite, club soda. What do you want?
Maybe OJ, maybe cranberry juice if it's a fancy wedding.
If it's fancier,
Yeah.
I mean that's where we're at. So Johnny Walker, if it was on the bar, was just on the rocks. Mostly by older men. And
Yeah.
and then it started to be younger people because whiskey became a thing and people were like, oh, I'll have that in an old fashioned. And I'd have to be like, I'm sorry, I am only doing a wedding bartending and we don't do old fashions because I don't have Angostura, I don't have cherries, I have nothing.
Right.
Because I'm just here with the minimum that they purchased for
Yeah.
this wedding. So it was not like, I was not a craft cocktail bartender by any means. So that's why I say on the rocks is what you do with Johnny Walker.
One thing I really like to do with spirits is just add them to iced tea.
There you go.
Vodka iced tea is really good. So I would imagine that, Johnny Walker, some whiskey with iced tea, or you could even do whiskey with sweet tea, with or without lemon.
There you go.
I think that would be a good flavor combo.
Yeah, I mean, when I had the coffee shop, I used to make drinks that were refreshing because we opened in summer. And
Yeah.
I didn't foresee that. I meant to open in February, but that's a longer story for a different time. But I opened in June, and so I would take Vernors, I would mash up raspberries and blueberries in the cup, put Vernors over ice, and I would call them spritzers, and that was like one of our options. And so that's the kind of thing I would put whiskey in. And when I wasn't on the clock at a non-alcohol serving coffee shop, is you could put that, put it with Vernors, put it with some fresh berries and maybe like club soda.
Yeah, maybe if you don't have a really good stocked home bar, you could do lemonade as your mixer.
Yep.
Lemonade would be good. If you have fruit, squish a few pieces of fruit in the bottom of the glass before you add lemonade. Or I don't know about orange juice and whiskey. That's a little too
No.
That'd be
potent.
too-
but,
No, not for me.
Too bitter.
Yeah.
Too bitter, I think. Yeah. Just be too much.
but got to work with what you got sometimes.
yeah. Well, you said rum's your thing. Are you
Rum
like
is my thing.
Are you like a tiki person?
Only incidentally, because
Okay.
that's where you find the most rum.
That's what I was curious about. That's why
I
I'm
prefer
asking.
the rum over the tiki, but I've been known to go to tiki spots. I
You did a
hang out-
great piece for us on Waycaster Tiki.
Yeah,
out in
I went
the
out to
suburbs.
Waycaster and
Oh,
South Lyon.
nice.
I've been known to visit Mutiny.
Yeah.
I go to Tokororo in Eastern Market regularly. They have the largest rum collection in the city.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
That's a good fact.
and they are only competing with, I think, Max's South Seas Hideaway in Grand Rapids for the largest collection in the state.
I just went to an event in Grand Rapids and stopped there on purpose. I was like, I'm only going to this event because then I can go to the tiki bar
Yeah,
afterwards.
I still need to get over that. I haven't been over to that
It's
side of
great,
the state
yeah.
in years.
That was
so.
my first time 2 months
Yeah.
ago in like 5 years, so I get it.
So I want to check out Max's, but like I said, Tokororo has the biggest rum collection in the city. I think 200 over well over 200 different bottles, and that's not even counting things like you've got your mango flavored Bacardi, you've got your all those flavored things. It's just different expressions, different styles of rum without the flavors. I mean, they have a couple of flavored things, but
Sure.
I didn't realize they had that much rum over there. And we had a whole
yeah.
event there and I didn't even know it.
oh yeah, all the shelves behind the bar are rum except for the little spot to the left of the cash register.
Do we need to do a rum event there?
I've been thinking about it.
We should do a rum event there.
should.
And it's got to be Detroit themed, but some sort of rum. I don't know if it's tasting or flights or something. If that's their jam, and it's like a
That is
niche
their
thing,
jam.
we're going to bring out people who are going to be very specific for this, right? Because rum isn't the first thing a lot of people go to.
No.
Yeah, and when people think of rum, they think of Captain Morgan, Kraken, maybe Myers is if you're lucky, Bacardi Superior.
Okay, I can't drink Bacardi Limon because I have too many. Like as a miscreant, I drank too much of that. Just no.
Yeah, no, they can't do it.
Sorry, Bacardi, but I guess they're not sponsoring us. You know who is? Johnny Walker. Come out August 9th from 3 to 6 p.m. I think it would be really fun to do that because I think it's so important to have like these Detroit themed things.
Absolutely.
And how could we tie it into even Detroit history? Because there's so much stuff.
Is there bootleggers that brought rum into Detroit? I'm asking that. That's a question. I don't know.
I would imagine rum would have been one of the products that
You would
crossed over,
think.
but I don't have any hard evidence.
You have research to do, sir.
You know who would be a good person to ask? Local historian Mickey Lyons,
Barcheologist?
archaeologist.
I love that her term is barcheologist. Do you know Mickey?
No, I don't.
Oh, you need to know Mickey
I
Lyons.
do.
She's currently, I believe,
She is now on Victory 1. She was on Victory 2. She is now on Victory 1, sailing around the Great Lakes
Oh, wow.
on a cruise ship.
as ship's historian.
That's really cool.
And we have, not only have we been so lucky to have her on this very show, that radio behind me is a gift from her. That
Very
old
cool.
Detroit radio, because Detroit was known for making radios
Very
back in
nice.
the day.
That's cool. I hope people can see that.
I don't know if I don't know if Adam can whip a camera over there or what he can do to make. Oh yeah, just move it on over. Just go ahead. It's okay. We're live, but you can move it over. There you go.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
nice
just
radio.
move it up. He's just doing it live. That's great. Why not? Yeah, it's up in the upper right of the screen right now, I think. Oh, there he goes.
Above my head.
Yeah, above your head there. Detroit was a huge center of manufacturing. One of those things was, of course, radios. And Detroit made a variety of things that were at different price points because back then that was considered a small radio.
Yeah.
Tabletop, something you'd put in your kitchen.
Yes.
Now I'm like, this is a conversation piece.
Yes.
It still powers up, but it doesn't quite work the same. It still powers up. I don't plug it in.
Okay.
Just go figure that
I wouldn't leave it plugged in just for safety.
Yeah. In fact, over here in the corner, I've got a great ad from back in the day. I'm going to go grab it really quick. I guess maybe change to a camera that doesn't show my butt.
Just bringing it over.
Because our studio is full of wonderful gifts from guests and from listeners. And so one of the things I love, could you hold this for a second? Thanks, bro. All right. So one of the things we have here is an old newspaper ad for the Detroit mini radio, even more micro size now.
Yeah.
This handheld Pee-wee.
Pee-wee radio, it says. Pee-wee
Yes.
radios. There you go.
So I love the wonderful gifts that our listeners, our entire studio is full of things from listeners.
Okay.
Very little has been curated by me. Most of it's just randomly appeared.
But that's good. That people like you, they send you stuff. This is a good way to make it work.
I think they like everybody else better. I think I'm just in the middle somehow.
Okay.
So,
Oh, that's great. A little bit of history today.
yeah. But that's going to be a fun time. We're picking out the stuff for our live show. The Old Miami's absolutely great. Putting together. I saw you RSVP.
I did.
Amanda.
I'll be there.
Should
I'll
be
there.
fun.
Yeah, I outside in the city, there are so many good patio courtyard situations in the city, and Old Miami is one of them. And so,
Yes.
excuse to go there. Sounds like a good time.
For sure. Let's talk about our favorite patios because Old Miami's absolutely wonderful. But I would like to throw one out there for a place we've had some events, Castalia.
Oh, okay.
Castalia Sfumato in Midtown. Really fancy drinks. but really great patio. Really
That
great.
is
Multi-level patio, nonetheless. And behind is a book. We have the book Cocktail Theory from our friend Kevin Peterson, who was here. So
I think my favorite patio is actually more of a deck, but it is at Dirty Shake that just opened earlier this year in Midtown.
That building has been nothing for so long. I
Yeah.
was so excited to see that was opening. I was like,
And
I don't know
yeah.
what this is, but I'm excited that it's opening. So yeah.
Sandy and team are doing a fantastic job with that place so far.
for the listeners who don't know, Sandy and team.
Sandy Levine, owner of Dirty Shake, the Oakland in Ferndale, Freya, Dragonfly, and Chartreuse.
Yep.
Very talented people.
And
when,
I believe their offices are here in Techtown.
yes, we have amazing neighbors.
Yes.
Like right behind us is
Good spot.
Transportation Riders United.
I didn't know
Like
that.
literally over the wall. And then there's Sevilla. Techtown is an absolutely great place.
It's a good place to meet people and
It is-
learn about things.
Literally Detroit's oldest incubator.
Interesting.
Yeah. It was originally a General Motors Chevrolet parts depot.
Okay.
That over there, where there's 4 windows you can't see, you can see it over Randy's shoulder. That was actually the doors. And the cars would come in. I've seen the old photos. It's really cool.
Nice.
Really cool. By the way, it looks like Norris will be soon plugged in for this thing, which will be really cool.
Best patio before we go there.
Yeah, it's not. We're not there yet.
Well, I'm just like I got things to say. Motor City Wine.
And I don't want to be in the way of you saying things. Motor City Wine's amazing.
Motor City Wine is my favorite patio. It has been for a long time. I keep going to other patios, and I always end up going back.
What makes Motor City top tier?
Because it's a big space, first of all, if you haven't been there, it's a big space. They usually have music, either DJ, live music playing at some point, but not all the time. And so I like that I can go there 4 o'clock on a Saturday, and maybe there's some low-key music. Maybe there isn't. I can go there, I can have a conversation, hang out with people. It's secluded enough, but you still know you're in the city. It's not completely enclosed. I just remember going to it when it first opened, which is a long time ago now, and being like, wow, I love patios in the city, and that's always my one I go back to.
We don't have much news coming out of Macomb County yet, but we do have some unfortunate news from Armada. It looks like their technology and security improvements millage for Armada schools is not going to pass. Currently 66% reporting, at almost 59% no.
I never knew that you were passionate about.
I lived in
Armada.
Armada for 5 months.
Okay.
That is random. That is. I appreciate that.
June to October 2011.
That
I
is-
lived in Armada.
I know it as Farmada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fair is fun.
That's what I've heard. That's all I've ever heard about Armada, to be
It's
honest.
very small.
Yeah, no.
For listeners who aren't sure where Armada is, it is kind of north central Macomb County.
Okay.
Okay. One thing I will mention is that out in Ann Arbor, votes are in favor of a pair of proposals that would be proposals A and B for a new state-of-the-art downtown library, housing, and public plaza. So, yes, on both of those proposals so far out in Ann Arbor. I know we've got some listeners out that way, so I want to make sure to mention folks there. So, yeah, we are we're humming along here. We are humming along. Oh my gosh. No, it's just the Discord chat, our Patreon. If you're a member on patreon.com/dailydetroit, you'll know that our chat can be absurd sometimes. To the point where I can't publicly share it, but it's great because y'all are funny and very entertaining. So I really appreciate you. And, our project is funded by our members. Local media requires local support, does not make it without it. In this, advertising is not what it used to be for media. When it comes to making things happen, individual support is really what pays the bills around here.
Yeah.
Much like individual support pays for your drinks and pays for your coffee and all those things. It's the way of the world nowadays, I guess. So we've got Motor City Wine. We've got the deck at Dirty Shake. We've got Castelia, Old Miami. Anything that we're missing?
Trying to think other good patios in the city.
You know who's got a good porch? Two
That
Birds.
counts. Yes. No, that's great.
With the soft serve around the corner in
Yep,
West
with
Village.
Huddle, yep.
Huddle soft serve. That's definitely a good one.
Yeah, they have an event space there too.
They do?
And they call it Third Bird. 'Cause
It's
two
brand
birds.
new.
Oh,
The
it's
event
new?
space just opened, yeah.
I
Okay.
went to an event there not too long ago because it is new, and I was like, "Wow, this is like a little hidden fun spot. So I mean, if you need places to book things, I think that's
That whole strip of buildings there that Two Birds is in looks like houses. So if you're just driving by, you think people live there.
yeah. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know at all. And there's no signage. I mean, you kind of gotta know.
They need to hang a shingle out
They should something.
facing the road or
Yeah.
parallel to the road, perpendicular to the road, so you can see it when you're driving down.
Yeah. Something like this is not a house. Even would just be nice. Like this is a business.
So we are waiting for Norris Howard to pop in whenever he gets whenever things get going over there. As we said earlier in the chat, Horace Sheffield, Mary's father, will be, was called to the stage. I don't know all of our timing on this. I'll get something on the chat channel. I appreciate everybody who's been in the chat lately. If you got any questions about Detroit, the election, off topic, we're definitely fine to go with that. Oh, we got Norris. All right, well, let us bring him in.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? We just on standby right now.
Woman mayor.
Getting ready to
Make some noise for our first woman mayor. Okay. We need y'all 4 steps back, 2 steps.
just wait for her to appear here. We were told she's supposed to come out in a couple minutes. Still waiting. But for now, let me swap back.
Yeah, swap back. And what's the vibe over there? I imagine very positive.
It's very bright.
What we doing?
If you can't tell.
Did the,
It's very bright. Bugs are everywhere.
Did
I kind of got eyeballs on where I think she's coming from, but I thought she was coming out, but I was wrong. I misjudged it.
That's all right. I got you on the phone because you have been following this with me for a while, and I wanted to talk to you really quick. Did it surprise you that she pulled more than 50%? Because that's going to be a really hard. Not only
It
does
surprised me to a certain extent, but talking with a lot of our contemporaries and talking to folks who I know, just anecdotally, and on background, some folks I know close to the situation, I felt like it was
Okay, you like that dude?
something else about to happen. So I'm not shocked, but I am surprised, and I think it just
Hey.
lets us know just how far ahead she really is.
yeah, and what's interesting about those polls is that one of the more
I
recent.
got eyeballs here on
Okay, I'll be quiet.
where I think she'll be arriving from, and I will pop back as soon as I see her come out.
Detroit.
I don't want to keep you guys listening to old school hits all day. Hold on. Hold on.
All right, we can wait.
Oh, she's arriving.
All right.
Hey. Real quick, is this the introduction? We introducing? I'm introducing. What up, y'all, Detroit? What up, y'all, Detroit? Good evening. My name is Ray Simpson, and it is my esteemed honor to introduce the benevolent Madam President Mary Sheffield. She needs no introduction. She leaves no embellishment. The incomparable Madam President Mary Sheffield. Madam President Mary Sheffield is in the building. Our those are called straight to land. We are the victory. But this is just a time we still got work to do, November.
Detroit! Thank you so much. I am so full right now. Detroit, you all showed up and kept your promise to me. Every day in the street, I was out and they said, "We got you, Mayor, we got you." And guess what? I got you. I got you. I want to thank the entire city of Detroit for showing out and showing up, being engaged in the future of our city. I want to give honor to God, who is the head of my life, who is my rock and my foundation, who before I was even formed in my mother's womb, knew who I was and called me for such a time as this. But Detroit, we made this moment together. We claimed it together in Detroit. I believe that our best days are ahead of us. The victory tonight is not mine. It is ours. It is ours. It belongs to every little boy and girl in this city who was told to dream small. It belongs to every neighborhood in this city that has felt left behind. It belongs to every senior, like my grandmother, 88 years old, who paved the way and whose shoulders I stand on. And for every college graduate, every young professional who told me they wanted to stay in Detroit if only they could see a future, this is our moment. I want to first and foremost thank all of the candidates that took the courage to stay.
All right, audio's going in and out over there, it seems. All right, we're coming back to here. I was keeping an ear out, but it looks like we've kind of dropped out of Norris here a little bit. If we can get Norris back, there is definitely some connectivity issues going on there. Oh, it crashed? All right, yeah, so we guess we had a hard crash. With equipment. Well, you know, we're doing this on a shoestring. So, all right, let's go to comments. Marcus, Sheffield for the win. She's done the work, built the relationships, and is ready to lead. That's what Marcus says in our chat. We're going to get into this more, but Amanda, I feel like we saw her face everywhere.
I definitely felt like I go on Instagram, I turn on the TV, I'm driving down the road, there's a billboard. Mayor Sheffield's face has been everywhere, every day for a while. And I mean, my dad knew she was running. He doesn't live in the city anymore. I mean, that's going back to that notoriety, like seeing someone all the time. I know she got flack from other people running for being like on social media a lot, but
it matters.
That's where we live now. Like that's where people are. And so giving her flack for that is kind of just petty because I mean, it works.
And you know what? And you know what? Props to her. She showed up here.
Yeah.
Anytime our people had a question, and you know, we've got thoughts here at Daily Detroit. We're not shy about sharing our opinions.
Not the warm and fuzzies, no.
No, I mean, and the thing is she always, and to credit to Durhal, credit to Jenkins, we're always willing to like mix it up and be there. And she had a really long form interview with us early in the campaign.
Okay.
Showing up right here at this very studio, answering, answering questions. She was at our candidate forum.
Passed out flyers,
Oh, it's coming
Oh,
back.
coming
made
back.
phone calls, and even whispered.
All right.
Night is all of ours. All of ours. But tonight is bigger than a win at the ballot box. It's a turning point. That's right. Because tonight, Detroit chose experience. Yes. Detroit chose integrity. Yes. And Detroit chose people-centered leadership. Yes. So I say to those who are asking about leadership, about vision, or about experience in their next mayor, I didn't just arrive on the scene. Right? So let me reintroduce myself. I am a proud daughter of this city. Born and raised on the west side of Detroit, 7 Mile of Livernois. All right. Daughter of a civil rights minister, a nurse, and an educator who taught me that service is about believing in something greater than yourself. Over 115 years ago, my great-grandparents came to Detroit from Georgia during the Great Migration. They arrived here with very, very little. But like so many in their generation, they looked beyond what was, and they fixed their eyes on what could be. Detroit was a place that they could work hard, have a family, and build a life of dignity and opportunity. And a century later, I stand here before you as a product of their prayers and 4 generations of service to this city and its people. So Detroit, I say this, it is this city that raised me, that shaped me, and that called me to serve for such a time as this. I'm reminded of that calling every time I think about my childhood, whether I was shuffling over at the Detroit Windsor Dance Academy, or I was at the Mosaic Youth Theater, or learning how to swim over at the Coleman Young Rec Center. How many of y'all learned how to swim? All right, over there. Or even falling more times than I can count over at Northland Roller Skating Rink. Right? These places didn't just keep me busy, but they molded me. They brought me joy. They taught me discipline and instilled confidence in me. Whether I was giving back as a young girl with my mother, feeding the homeless at Cass Methodist Church, or volunteering for former Mayor Archer at just 10 years old, or preaching my first sermon at 14 years old. Even as a kid, I always wanted to be a part of something bigger. That is why I am deeply committed to investing in our neighborhoods, in our parks, in our youth programs, in our cultural institutions, because every Detroiter deserves to feel seen and supported. So Detroit, we know that we are in critical times that demand bold and immediate action. Yes. And we need leadership that is ready, that is equipped and prepared with a clear plan to continue the progress that we've made. We need leadership.
And we had another dropout over there. Well, we're working on all this stuff. We're definitely holding this together with baling wire, but that's kind of the fun of it. We did this because we're passionate about the city, and we're passionate about these things. And so we're just kind of making it happen with the modern technology we've got. And it's kind of amazing that any of it's working, to be quite honest with you. But I'm sure at some point we are going to be plugged back in. I'm keeping that audio channel live for when we get back over there. So far, her speech has been, well, of course, rooted in faith. Yep. And I think that's going to be really interesting as a choice. I mean, one, of course, she's from a pastor's family. Yeah. But if Solomon Kinloch is going to be the number 2 person, this is going to be a faith-on-faith matchup.
It's going to be a faith fight. Yeah.
A faith.
I'm going to call it right now. No, I'm more into faith than you. No, God loves me the most. I mean, I don't know. It might happen. I don't know.
Well, the Lord will choose.
Exactly. It's
The
gonna
Lord
get
will
really,
move us.
It's gonna get really biblical in the Detroit.
I'm sorry, Pastor. I'm sorry. We got jokes over here. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The comedian me comes out.
There-
Sometimes.
it
Try to
it
reel her
happen-
in.
It's got to happen. Come on.
come
I
on.
mean, but the idea of a movement. These are okay. I got a couple of things I'm going to unpack, of course, more when Norris Howard is here too. But these polls, kind of trash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hate to say it. 38% versus 54%. That's missing the whole box.
You didn't ask people. You didn't ask a bunch of people.
Like, and I like I personally like Fred. Okay, I like a lot of these people. I'm gonna say it right now. I personally like a lot of these people.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have a dog in this fight, and I'm fortunate to feel like I don't have a dog in this fight.
Yeah.
Because I think and I hope that all the people that are involved in this are involved going forward, because everyone's talents are going to be needed. However this shakes out. Oh, here we go again.
Samir Grubb.
Yeah.
Davion Shomonson Bay.
Yeah.
Far too short by a surge in gun violence that we've experienced just this summer. These are our babies.
Yeah.
They are our future.
Yeah.
And they deserve so much better. So yes, Detroit, we've made so much progress, but so much work is ahead of us. We still have far to go to build a Detroit that is more equitable, more just, and truly safe for all.
Yeah.
But I say to you tonight, we can rise higher. And as your next mayor, we will rise higher. Listen, we won't just envision a better city, but we're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to build it together. The future that we're fighting for is one where transit reaches every block, where economic growth can reach every neighborhood of this city, where every commercial corridor is alive with walkable streets, fresh groceries, local businesses, and culture, where startup businesses and our legacy businesses can thrive, where every Detroiter, no matter their zip code, has a clear path to quality education, good paying jobs, and home ownership. And where strong pipelines and skilled trades and tech gives our young people opportunity to build their future right here at home. So this is our moment, Detroit, to reimagine what's possible and to reclaim the future that we all deserve. And so I say to every Detroiter that is watching tonight, whether you voted for me or not, I am here to serve you. To fight for you, to listen to you, because I see you, I hear you, and I am you. Throughout this entire campaign, I have had the honor of meeting people from all over this city, from 8 Mile to Southwest Detroit, from Telegraph to Alta Road. And I've seen firsthand our resilience and our resolve. I've listened to our young people dreaming of opportunity and our seniors who carried this city through its hardest days. But one thing that stands out is no matter our background, our language, our zip code, one thing is very clear. We are one Detroit. We are one Detroit. One Detroit. We may come from different walks of life, but at the end of the day, we all want the same things. Safe neighborhoods, affordable homes, good paying jobs, and a future that we all can believe in. That is a Detroit that I will always fight for. So tonight, Detroit, we celebrate this victory. But tomorrow, we roll up our sleeves and we go back to work. Back to work. We have 91 days left in this campaign. 91 days left. The future that we all believe in is within reach. The Detroit that we know is possible and it can be made real. So Detroit, I leave you with this, that our time is now to rise higher. Together we can, and together we will rise higher. God bless Detroit, and God bless each and every one of you all.
All right. Well, let's bring it back to me and us back here at the studio. I know that Norris Howard is going to make his tail back here as fast as he can. He's only a couple miles away over at the Cambria. Let's do a couple reactions and whatever till Norris gets here. And I want to shout out Amanda Brewington. You've been amazing.
Thanks for having me here.
This has been
great.
really fun. I had no idea. Like we literally just kind of threw this together and we're like, hey, we're gonna make this happen. And thanks to Adam behind the scenes, engineer Randy, who is here. Randy, do you have a cocktail that you're inspired by with this? Maybe I can give you 5. You want a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Couple minutes. We'll come back to you. A Mary Sheffield inspired cocktail. We'll talk about it. Let me know. Tap me on the shoulder. I'll keep the mic down. We were talking about how she's everywhere. That speech was among the, like, she's always been a good speech maker.
Yeah, she's really good.
That was polished as hell.
Yeah. She knows what she's doing.
Without a doubt, that's polished as hell. One Detroit is a really smart message where the conversation's always been about 2 Detroits. I appreciated the transit to every neighborhoods. I know our listeners will appreciate transit to every neighborhood. Those are big things.
Yeah, she's a great. I mean, when I watched the debates, the couple that I caught, she always is a really eloquent speaker, and that carries a lot. I mean, people, if you have a commanding presence, which I think she does, and you can really speak, and put ideas out there that are easy for people to grab onto and make sense, like transit, like you just said, transit to every block. That's huge. I mean, will she do it? I don't know, but that's a great thing to reach for, So I think that whole speech, she took I felt like I was watching a lot of good parts of other speeches I've heard in my life. And I mean that as a great compliment. Like, she definitely did her homework on like political speeches and how to sound and to bring people together. And that's a good thing.
And she has a star-studded support team because
Yes.
money's been coming in from all over the
Yes.
state, all over the country. She was recently in with a bunch of people from Chicago, pulling
Yeah.
stuff in. Like,
Yeah.
she's got a certain magnetism about her.
Yes.
And I'm going to be interested to see how this goes. We've got some updated results so far, according to the city of Detroit. And I'm going to round these numbers just to make it a little bit easier. We now have 58,800 votes in.
Okay.
With that, Mary Sheffield is just over 52% of the vote, which just for politics nerds out there, if a primary candidate gets over 50%, it's a very large gap for whoever it is to challenge them, because not only do they have to consolidate all the support, they have to then make a case beyond that. So whoever's next has a very tall order.
Yeah, I think the only thing that could really upset that is if something really drastic happened, like something, some skeleton came out of her closet or something.
But some drastic skeletons have come out before in Detroit politics. It has not mattered a damn.
That's true. No, that's totally true.
And national politics, let's just be honest.
All of it.
All of it.
All politics. You can do whatever you want now. Never mind. Just kidding.
All right, number 2 with 10,000, just over 10,000 votes, 17%, Solomon Kinlock, 14% Sontiel Jenkins, and then we get into the rest of the field because there's the top 3, and then there is James Craig, which honestly, I think kind of overperformed, approaching 6%, and I think it reflects a growing conservative community in Detroit.
Right, because he's the only Republican in the
He's
race.
the only stated Republican.
Yes.
He is unabashed about his, and I can tell you that even among Democratic challengers, people asked me, who's the more conservative choice fiscally?
Okay.
That is something a lot of listeners and things have said to me, like, hey, but I don't want to go too far left. And I think this shows me, and I mean, I was talking to some folks before, a lot of progressive communities very frustrated with these choices.
Yeah.
And they're going to be very frustrated with all of this.
Yeah.
So we can work down the line. Fred Durhal just over 3%. Sorry, didn't mean to short shrift. Todd Perkins 5%. I skipped that over. So it's Craig, Perkins, Durhal. Now I know Durhal had a lot of support from like it goes to show you the endorsement of the Detroit Regional Chamber doesn't get you very far.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, when I heard he had their endorsement, I wasn't.
They also came in really late, so the
Yeah.
money didn't line up.
It wasn't that. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Like,
Yeah, it needed to be a lot earlier for it to be more impactfor
I feel like because of.
I mean, they're going to change their endorsement.
of course, now they're gonna pick whoever of the two, right? But
Come on, if they don't endorse, yeah.
but Durhal, I think he had a lot of, from what I could see, a lot of state support because he had state. You know,
He was in the legislature.
Exactly, and he kept referring to Lansing and how like it's important for Detroit to talk to Lansing. He kept saying things like that when he was being interviewed, and I thought, yeah, that's great. Except no one in Lansing's voting for you as mayor of Detroit. Like, I don't know if he had the city people behind him. I don't know.
There were people that I know that threw like house parties and things
Okay.
for him, and were really passionate. But it really goes to show the disconnect because a lot of those people were like standard Democrat folks.
Okay.
And I think what I think I guess to the point I was saying, like everybody involved in this, I see a place where they could be a part of an administration going
definitely.
forward. Like
Yeah.
Durhal has a lot of really good skills.
Yes.
Really good skills. And it would be a shame because he's no longer going to be on council. It would be a shame that his skills aren't used somewhere.
Yeah, you want him to just like disappear.
Same with
Like,
Santil,
yeah.
to be
Yeah.
honest. And same with like all of these people. There's something that can be done no matter how this shakes out because all these people have a passion for what's happening here.
Yeah, and Jenkins, I had several friends that were very behind her and had house parties for her and were very, because of her tie-in, her work with Marianne Mahaffey, like in the past, like she had a lot of people that were, she's for sure gonna be in one of the two, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, people were saying that. And I'm like, this is very interesting to watch these results because it's going differently than I would have predicted even last week.
Randy, are you tied in yet?
I think I came up with an idea for a cocktail.
In honor of Mary Sheffield?
In
we
honor
go.
of Mary Sheffield, we'll call it the West Side,
Okay.
since she's from the West Side.
Yeah, West Side.
And it's just a simple variant on the traditional South Side cocktail.
I don't know what a traditional South Side
You're
cocktail
gonna have to tell us.
is.
You're gonna have to tell everybody.
a traditional South Side cocktail is gin, lime juice, simple syrup, and mint. But we'll make it a West Side. We'll use some Detroit gin. We can get it from DCD or Two James.
Okay.
Their Cockney gin is pretty good. We'll do 2 ounces of the gin. We'll do 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice. We'll do 1/2 ounce of chartreuse, green chartreuse, to make it green, kind of like the Detroit's official
The
color.
verdigris.
Yeah,
the verdigris, yes.
There you go.
1/2 ounce of simple syrup to help with the sweetness, and then muddle that. Some mint leaves in the bottom of the glass. Add everything. Shake it with ice.
All right.
You got a green cocktail. We'll call it the West Side.
All right, we're gonna have to make sure to include that in the main podcast episode too,
Okay.
right? Because that's very cool, and hopefully by the time we record that, we'll have another green check. All the outlets are giving Mary Sheffield the green check.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. Let's go take a look at some other things that are happening. Council at large, that is Mary Waters and Coleman Young. So 33.9, 32.8, and then you've got Janae Ayers at 13. So there could be some shift there, but this is pretty strong. Now this is there's 2 seats, so
Yes.
there's more flex in this one. It's not the same kind of thing. Let's look into the districts. District 2, Callaway 43, McAllister 30. So that's going to be, although Helena Scott's picked up a little bit in the in-between time with more than 10,000 votes cast at 26% of the vote. I'll walk through over to District 5, my personal district. What district are you in?
I'm in District 1.
That's right.
So
uncontested at this time.
Tate will be our person again. Yeah.
Yes. I would love to see more contests, not because I have any personal vendettas against anybody, but as Orlando Bailey said earlier in the show,
Yeah.
it's good to have.
It is. I completely agree with that. And I don't have any bad feelings about who's there, but I just think it would be more interesting, keep people on their toes, make them not just do the old hat all the time,
Yeah. Renata Miller, 23% of the vote in District 5. Willie Burton, almost 20% of the vote. And then very close between Esther Hoggabook and Tatiana Jackson, 17%. I apologize if I said that wrong. I believe I practiced it, but it's late. We have been on the air now for 2.5 hours, which is wild, friends. I'm so glad that you're all here, still here. District 7.
Still awake.
Still awake. We're still here. And I've been taking water.
Yeah, I finished mine. Yeah.
Do we need more water? Lucci. Waters. All right, District 7. Getting closer. Getting way closer. So Karen Whitsit's 36% of the vote. Denzel McCampbell, 31% of the vote. Regina Ross, 26%. And Bobby Johnson, 6%. So Denzel can pull closer to this one. This could be a really interesting battle out there. I know he's ran for a number of offices, but unsuccessfully. I know he's got a social media presence. Whitsitt, of course, has a lot of connections, including, with things with Kilpatrick, with the state house, with Trump.
Yeah, things
there's
that
a lot
maybe
going
you don't want to say, but
depending on what you're saying, depending on where you stand, right, politically.
Yeah.
So that is going to be an interesting one out that way, but nobody there is pulling like that magic number. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we have here as far as the final one, and if we can do it before Randy leaves, if we can get a cocktail for the other ones.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know if we can. Well, there is a new bar called Father Forgive Me if Kinlock gets in or gets the second
There we
vote,
go.
right? Because he's a pastor.
Yeah.
Although not a father, right? That's different.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Father is Catholic.
Yeah, it's Catholic.
And that is not.
I've been there. It's nice. The Father
It
Forgive
really
Me.
is.
It's really nice.
We did a reel and it did like a couple 100,000 views because it was just so magical in that spot.
It's really majestic.
The
It's
things
really nice.
happening at the little. Have you been over there?
I haven't made it over there yet.
How? How not?
It's very busy.
I don't live over that way anymore.
Okay.
That's right. But you could venture.
I could.
What was great is I was walking out of there, and these two women pulled over. They were just driving by. These two older women, and they were like older than me. They weren't old, but they were older than me, and they were like, what's going on here? Because the parking there is like the whole street is just full of cars on a Friday night.
I walked 2 blocks to go there.
Okay, you live really close. See, I
had to drive.
Oh, you parked. I get what you're
2
saying.
blocks away.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, that's me too. I think I was actually maybe 3 because it was a Friday night. It was packed. So these 2 women pull up and they're like, "What's going on?" Because in their minds, they live up the street. They don't know this. And I told them, I said, "Yeah, it's this bar called Father Forgive Me." And the woman's face just lit up. And she's like, "Oh, I have to go." Oh, and I got the vibe that she was in this little exchange that she was a church woman, and she was like, "Oh, I have to go. It's called Father Forgive Me. I got to go there." And I was just really excited to tell her about it. And I hope other people find it.
That is amazing. So I think Norris is coming from the west side of downtown. He'll be on the lodge with it.
Yeah.
Up here. Not very long because it's just a few exits between, Lafayette and then...
Oh, you're asking me for my downtown knowledge. That's very old and stale. I don't know.
But we haven't changed anything.
I know
we haven't destroyed 375 yet.
Not yet.
They are doing the archaeological dig in one spot, which is really cool. I'm excited about that. Yeah, they're digging down to find any artifacts before they get into the big work, which I'm super geeked
I didn't
about.
know that. I went down to Greektown a week or 2 ago, and that's insane. That's all dug up. That's the whole... Monroe Street's just all
completely dug up.
It's gone. And I think I feel really bad for the businesses there. Like I wasn't that hungry, but I still went in and bought some stuff from Astoria. I ate lunch at Golden Fleece. I was like, are these people going to make it? It's so crazy down there because you have to walk on this very tiny sidewalk. There's not, you have to walk all the way up and around to get anywhere because all of Monroe's, and it's been like that for a little bit.
You know what? Adam, did you get the images I sent earlier? About Greektown? Was there a thing? Did we cover that or no? Because the people from Greektown sent me some photos.
Okay.
And some video of Greektown because there's a section that is done. Because I think everyone's realized they need to light their booty up.
Yeah.
With this one because it's important. There was a video showing the pavers that they're putting in there.
Okay.
And they've reopened the intersection of St. Aubin Street.
Okay.
So there is that. And yeah, Adam's going to pick up the visuals for us, which I'm really excited about because it looks really good. There's a video and then a photo. So
it's going to be great when it's done. I just feel for those businesses while it's not done. I'm like, I hope they
and
make
it's so because it's taking so much longer because you think about how fast Capitol Park moved.
Yeah.
And that happened very, very quickly. So I think we're about to get that loaded up now. I think he's going to load him in for the live stream. I'm so glad we're not doing this for the podcast too, because waiting for Adam to load things on a vision. There we go. We got him. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Not
It's going
that
to be
he was
great.
slow at all. It just takes a few minutes.
No, he was very fast. He's
Just an involved process.
It is. It's not like, we're using a software called Ecamm to pull all this off of a Mac. And we've got, 3 webcams going on and a Rodecaster Pro. Kind of amazing out here. So, yeah. I made a comment on social media about the mayoral polls being off. And what polls had any, it's not about the end outcome, it's the numbers.
Yeah.
It's the numbers showing, if the poll showed more than 50% for one candidate, I think there would have been a lot different vibe
Yeah.
coming into this thing.
Well, maybe this is a terrible idea, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Why not? We're waiting for Norris
Yeah,
Howard.
I'm
No one's
just gonna
watching. I mean, people are watching, but,
But,
let's bring out the terrible ideas.
Yeah,
By the way, in the live chat, if you've got terrible ideas, let me know.
Do you think that maybe the people who are doing the polling, and I don't know them, and I'm not calling out a poll specifically, but maybe they didn't completely accurately say that because they thought if it's over 50% for one candidate, maybe people won't go out and vote?
Or was it, maybe not that, but was it outside, how was the poll weighted?
Yes.
Right? Because it was a sample size of 600.
Yeah, and where did they go to poll people? Was it just in really obvious locations? Did they go out to the neighborhoods? Where did they
Yeah.
go to the
I think it was phone survey.
Okay. And
It was phone survey.
Okay, it was phone survey. So there,
Which is going to miss some people, especially
Yes.
senior citizens.
Answer my unknown callers.
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
or
those-
people who don't answer their phone, which
Yeah.
I'm one of.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Unknown callers go right to voicemail.
So it's pretty much if you're just using the phone, it's like my mom. It's like senior citizens is the only people I know who answer the phone. So if that's how they did it, that tells you a lot right there.
Josh Uniewski on YouTube. Uniewski? Uniewski. Is somebody more versed in skis
No.
than I am?
No.
Hold on. Lucci. Here we go.
No.
Big Lucci's coming. Let's take a look at it. How do I say this, Big Lucci?
Josh Uniewski.
Thank you.
you
That's
go.
so good.
Never would have got there.
He
by
speaks
myself.
Polish.
That makes sense.
All right. So, Josh, I work in Greektown and go through the casino to get there. They poured those curbs at St. Antoine a couple of weeks ago and filled in pavers really quick.
All right. Well, that's good.
I do have to say, I'm not a huge fan of the unapparent pattern, or if there is a pattern, if it's just random.
Herringbone? I think that's a pattern.
Yeah, but all the colors, I don't see an obvious pattern in the way the bricks are laid out.
They
It's
should have
just-
been more intentional with the bricks, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I would prefer an actual pattern.
It's fair.
Or an obvious pattern if there is an obvious pattern.
Yeah.
Make it more obvious. Maybe once it's complete, it'll look better, but just random bricks here and there, especially when it's some colors are clustered over here and not spread evenly.
Maybe somebody didn't get the picture.
But it is a lot of work to lay a pattern instead of just grab the closest brick and put it down.
Yeah.
Right. It could be that it's just I'm looking at this. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's going to look good, though. I think it's going to look good. I know that you've got particularities,
I do,
Randy. I
yeah.
appreciate you for it, but you do. Okay. So Josh tells us, oh my gosh, Norris just popped in the chat. Get to the studio, Norris. Stop being so damn picky, Randy. Polish Uniewski, English Uneski. All right.
Okay.
So Lucci had it right.
He did.
He did. I am impressed.
And it looks like we have 100% of precincts reporting from Pontiac.
Okay, what do we got?
Mike McGinnis, 44.80%. So council president looks like he's got the number one. In 28.08%, we have Kermit Williams. And at 15.47%, we have Alexandria T. Riley. Everybody else is under 10%.
Well, I'm at the point where I need to take a slight little break. Can you two talk amongst yourselves?
We can try.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
Among booze or something?
sure.
Because we got to rotate out some breaks. We have been at this now for almost 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
Spend some time.
it's been some time. And then we can all kind of switch out And Norris, get off chat. Get here.
Yeah.
I hope he's not chatting and driving.
That's what I was saying. No texting and driving, man.
Yeah, I hope you're like in your car, like listening.
YouTube commenting and driving is worse than texting and
Yeah,
driving.
no, that's true. You're right. You got it right. Oh my gosh.
I'll be back really quick.
All right. Yeah.
So you have any other popular hangouts or favorite spots?
Yeah. So, and I'll just recap for anyone just now joining us. So I live over on the west side. I live in Rosedale Park area, Grandmont Rosedale neighborhoods. And so we have a couple different, so Rosa, which is a coffee shop, they now have a liquor license. And so they're,
nice.
Yeah, which
Okay.
I don't think,
Do they have a cocktail program or?
they're getting there.
Okay.
So I'll just, full transparency as a customer, this is my opinion. I went in there the first couple weeks they had it, and I was like, so what are the cocktails? And it was like there was like 3 or 6 or something. It was very small, and like there wasn't really glassware figured out. But then I go back like a couple weeks later, they got nice glassware. They have a few more
Nice.
cocktails. So I think they're getting there, and I'm going to keep going there because it's around the corner from my house.
Yeah.
Thursday or Friday, they have like happy hour till 8. They close at 8, so it's just like an after work kind of thing. And then they are open on Saturdays sometimes, and sometimes they have events. So you got to follow their newsletter or Instagram to really know exactly when. But it's really nice to have a place that has alcohol. There's, we didn't have that before
And
them. So
as you mentioned, glassware. Sometimes glassware makes all the difference in a cocktail.
well, I'll just say it. I don't want to spend $10-12 on a cocktail in a plastic cup. Like,
Oh
that's,
yeah,
no,
that,
I'm not going
but
to do
even
that.
then, if you're serving a drink up, so it's chilled but no ice, you want a stem so it doesn't get warm from your hand.
Exactly.
If you got bubbles, you want a nice tall skinny glass to hold all those bubbles in. So glassware makes a difference in the drink.
Yeah, and sometimes they have a DJ, sometimes they don't. I mean, they're figuring it out. I think, when I used to own a coffee shop, it may have been that coffee shop. If you're really paying attention, it was. But I always said if you had a liquor license, that would change the game of making money as a coffee shop. Because now when you have open mic night, you have DJ nights, people can buy and spend more money on alcohol. That's what they want to do anyway.
Do you play into the coffee angle and make cocktails with coffee?
They did.
Or?
I want to say they had like an espresso martini or like
Okay.
one on there, but I think they're kind of running it as 2 separate things. They're not
Gotcha,
really
okay.
doing coffee shop. But they still will do it because I went in one night. I was really tired. I was like, "Hey, can you make a latte still?" And they were like, "Yeah, we can do that." I was like, "Okay." But
Fair enough.
Yeah. So that's the one by my house that I'm going to call out. There's also one, and I apologize if I'm getting the name wrong, but it's more of an event space. They're open Fridays, sometimes Thursdays, but Fridays through Saturday. It's called Miss Eva's.
Don't know that one.
That one's just down the block on Grand River. I'm
Okay.
talking about Grand River Outer
Yeah,
Drive
I know
corner.
nothing about that neighborhood.
Okay,
so.
okay. Well, I'm just telling you. I'm telling everybody
Perfect,
else. But they have poetry nights. They have live band nights. I've seen some footage. I've been in there 2 times. I want to say 3 times. They run a little later. I'm a little older. I'm a little tired. I also have a dog, so I don't stay out as late as I used to. But that spot seems like it's got a lot going on. And again, you probably have to follow them on Instagram, be on their newsletter to know all the dates. But it's nice to have places I can go at night, have an alcoholic drink if that's your thing. We didn't have
Definitely my
that
thing.
the first time I lived in that area. We didn't
Sure.
have it. So
Fair enough.
he arrives.
He made it. He made it.
What's up? Oh man.
You made it.
Welcome to the studio.
Yeah, welcome back.
Hey everybody.
Yeah, Detroit Traveler.
Yeah, it's been a marathon of a day.
So your stream cut out a few times. I think probably everybody was trying to live stream or do something on the internet at the same time over the cellular network, so it was a little bit congested.
Yeah, it was a little bit congested over there, but I'm gonna tell you, man, Lucci, it's not open. There's a can opener over there, my boy, or a bottle opener, my friend. Thank you, but thank you anyway. Yeah, man. I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna say this as a fellow West Sider.
Yeah.
I am so proud everybody decided to technically have all their stuff on the West Side besides Kenlock. I think Kenlock's the only one that has some on the East Side.
Oh, okay.
Everybody else's events were on the West Side.
Oh.
But I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. What time did you get there?
I got to Durr Halls at like 7:30.
Okay.
That was super light. I mean,
What was the vibe there?
the vibe was very. There was no vibe.
Okay.
Okay.
You
Just
know,
quiet.
Very quiet, very chill. It's just, family friendly, that kind of situation. I get to Santil. That was really nice. People were very, more hopeful. That's for sure. Definitely excited, as I said earlier on the stream. People were super duper excited. And Jared's back.
Welcome back.
Jared's back. Let me give you your chair back.
I was gonna say,
I could just be on mic.
Oh, you just be on mic.
Over there.
turn him up.
Oh no, you on 3?
I'm on 3.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear
we got Jared. We got Jared on the.
I was gonna say, I'm happy to
auxiliary.
give up my seat for you, so Jared can take his command
You want
command
that? Let's
seat.
do that. Let's do
We'll
that.
play a little drill.
Yeah.
Don't leave too late unless you. Do you need to go?
No, I'll stick around.
Oh yeah. For the main show. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I
Musical
told you
chairs
she
around
had
here.
But I forgot he probably doesn't know what a real bottle
All right. Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you everybody for being on here. 24. This is great. I mean, so many people have been in and out throughout the night. I appreciate all the comments. It's been really great, and this has been a great experiment
Yeah.
to do something fun.
Live
you
show.
know?
Yeah.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back, man. That was a trek.
Okay? So where all were you?
So-
and let's judge. Let's find ways to judge him as we do.
Okay.
So
That's the assignment. Got it.
the Hotel St. Regis was where Durhal was. Very nice people, very chill vibes. It was early in the day, so I don't think they kind of knew what was going on. And
Their
what
voting
kinda-
results were pretty chill too.
Yeah, they were. Voting results were also chill. Listen, in an election where we're thinking about only maybe 130,000 people vote.
Well, we're not even. I mean,
Not
we're-
even there.
No,
That's
we're
what I'm
nowhere
saying.
near there.
That's
We're
why I say
58.8.
I'm being very generous and saying at the top.
You're
end,
over doubling.
at the top end, that's what we would get. If we just counted everything. But if we just even round it and say 90,000 people, to get 1,500, 2,000, not ideal.
No.
So
And
I
he was working house parties and stuff. And as I said before earlier in the chat, he works hard.
He works super hard. And I think he's worked hard at city council.
I'm kind of sad to see him not on council
I think
just because he cares.
because he cares.
Yeah.
But I think honestly, we have to acknowledge, we have to admit, and we have to accept that politics has nothing to do with how smart you are anymore. Even though all these people are very smart, but there's clearly a candidate that has slightly more gravitas than everybody else.
We got chat questions.
Chat, hit me with it.
Okay, so Ko says, are you guys shocked with Solomon coming in second and how poorly Durhal performed even with the chamber endorsement?
No, the chamber means nothing to the average voter in the city of Detroit.
Especially in the city of Detroit, which
The chamber means nothing.
Does not. They don't have it. There is a certain if you're interested in donating money, the chamber early endorsing Duggan is a green light to give your money.
Yeah.
Right.
But to the average Detroiter, the Detroit Regional Chamber, and I say this with the most
And we love
respect,
that.
because we've been to Mackinac, we do those things, and those episodes do well for us. But to the average Detroiter on my block, if I were to ask every neighbor on my block, no one would know what the Detroit Regional Chamber is.
And even if some of them knew what it is, they don't know what it does.
Correct.
Right. And business owners, I'll just say this, small business owners,
Don't
join the chamber. They don't, because it's too expensive. They don't see a payoff for it. A lot of small business owners I know do not join the chamber.
Especially the regional chamber, right? Because
Yeah.
the city of Detroit doesn't have a city chamber.
Right.
No.
There
Thank
is
you.
the Black Business Chamber, and then there's Charity Dean stuff, which is the Metro Detroit Black Business Alliance.
Yeah.
But there is no official city chamber. I've much wondered about that, if there should be at some point. Because Royal Oak has a city chamber. There's a Bloomfield, Berkeley. We had the lady on from Berkeley, Oak Park, which is much more on the ground level.
I would make the argument that unfortunately, there's not the level of investment needed here yet
in the small business
in
community.
the small business community to require one, which is sad, but I just think that's the truth. I'm not shocked by Durhal's results, even though I think he's a really smart guy, and I think there's a future for him in politics.
And he's welcome to come back on the show
he's
anytime.
Yeah, he's always been nice to us here on the show.
I would say not just nice, but like willing to answer our questions.
He's not a shy guy.
No.
He doesn't shy away from anything, which I really appreciate. I'm not shocked by Kinlock because, again, you have to understand that there is a power in the church vote.
Never underestimate the power of the church in Detroit.
Not the black church.
No, not the black.
Not the black church. Like, you know, so I think him coming in at number 2, I thought Santil Jenkins could play spoiler, and based off the numbers, she got close.
Yeah.
So far, I don't
So
think we have.
far.
Do we have second place called by anybody?
We don't
yet?
have second place called. Not the last time I checked.
No,
No, and-
I'm checking right now. I don't think we have second place called yet. I mean, we have first called.
Yeah.
And I think people with Kinlock, there was question about, well, who's going to his church? Is it people in the city? Are people coming in from the suburbs? Like, what are those? How many are each? And then how will that affect the vote? And I think people may have underestimated how many people voting in the church live in the city.
So, but the thing is your own number is like 10,000,
yeah.
Right.
right? So, like,
But it's the church community.
Yeah.
It's a church community,
Yeah,
and he's
totally.
pulling right now, as I look, 17% of the vote.
Right.
Which is definitely respectable, but he has so much work to do.
Yeah.
If he's going to try to beat Mary.
I mean, this is not close, y'all.
Not even.
Like this
at
is
all.
not is not even anywhere near a contest. Like I'm not trying to say, I'm just saying if we get to November and nothing has drastically changed with either one of these candidates, this will not be close.
No.
And it won't be close. And I think part of the issue was that you saw the chamber's endorsement of Durhal, but yet and still you saw not all, but you saw many of Duggan's former donors start sliding over to Mary.
Yep.
You started to see, you know, slight little celebrity endorsements sliding over to Mary. You started, I mean, she had Judge
Greg
Mathis on
Yeah.
stage with her, like literally over her right
Yeah,
shoulder.
give me the Star Watch. You were out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Who'd you
mean,
see?
listen, let me say
Yeah, who'd
this.
you say? Who'd you see?
Let me see this. I saw a lot of local celebrities that I don't think a lot of our listeners would know.
Tell, but tell
Name-
him. Tell
name
him.
drop.
Name drop
I'm
him.
not-
Bring it out. Come on, man.
Well, we did see friend of the show Sam there as a fellow journalist. He was
Hello,
there, of
Sam.
course. Sam was there.
Come back on the show, Sam.
Saw
We
some
love you,
local
Sam.
DJs. Obviously, Judge Mathis was there on stage. Listen, here's what it really was. Young, professional, black Detroit showed up for Mary. Period. And that was going to be a question mark, I think, for her. I think the neighborhoods had shown that they would be for Mary. I think the money started sliding its way towards Mary. But what were the more sort of progressive, forward-thinking, professional, college-educated black cohort going to do? And that was the whole party. I'm saying that right now. The entire room, if they weren't related to Mary Sheffield, they were a young college-educated black professional. Wow. And that instantly let me know where I thought this race was going.
So one thing that, and I posted this, I want to ask you about this specifically because I posted about the polls being a little bit trash. And not that they got the main order wrong because they did get Mary right. But what got missed with, and we'll talk about this again, I think, in the main recording section for the stuff that's going to be for tomorrow morning show. Yeah. But like 52, 54 versus 38, that's not margin of error, bro.
No.
Like if you, and even if you look at the third place, Solomon's in there, right? 17, 14, but like it totally missed picking up, like Craig did 6. It totally.
Todd Perkins was what?
5,
yeah.
Like it just missed.
Yeah, I mean, listen, part of it is, yes, the polling, people don't answer the phone. So that is part of the polling issue. Yeah. But I think also part of the polling issue is that people often don't make their mind up till they get there.
That's true.
Yeah. And then they get there and they think, what's the name I see all the time? Who's the person I see all the time? Yep. Who's the voice I hear all the time? And I'm sorry, all throughout this campaign, I am hearing Mary's super thick West Side accent in my ears constantly because she kept appearing places. And Jeremy and you have said it on this show many times. her superpower is she in the streets. She at the thing. She is at the thing constantly. And what did that bear it out in the numbers? I saw almost virtually every neighborhood in the city of Detroit represented at her party. And at Sawtell's, I saw a few.
Okay.
I saw some strong showing, and I think there was a little bit of, I think there was an overestimation, I think, on what her ground game was. I think she was doing a lot of things kind of in the 11th hour that maybe she should have been doing 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. But at the end of the day, everybody was just completely blown away. I mean, even from the level of the sophistication of the setup of the watch party and so on and so forth. I mean, it was on a different level. And I'm not saying this as an endorsement. I'm not saying this to try to sway people one way or the other. This is just a straight up observation.
You were out there.
I was out there, and her team is sophisticated enough to where she will make people believe that she is ready, and she is ready right now.
We are now up to over 100,000 votes counted when it comes to the council at large. And we are at 34% for Mary Waters, 33%, almost 33% for Coleman A. Young Jr. So Mary Waters, big, strong. Janae Ayers, 13%. I think some people thought she would do better, but she did leave with a little bit of cloud.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's hard to run against Mary Waters or a person like Mary Waters.
You don't want to cross Mary Waters.
It's hard to run against Mary in this town.
Yeah. Well, when I heard Mary Waters, the interviews I heard with her, she was like naming specific things she'd done, things she was gonna do, very specific. It wasn't like, I'm gonna help the city, you know. And I watched other candidates. That's the kind of stuff they were saying at large, and I'm like, Mary, you're doing
but
it.
Mary is just because Mary an OG.
Yeah.
Mary
She
has been in the trenches for like forever. Like and that's not a diss, man.
No, but
that's not a diss. Mary is in the game.
Yeah. And I think I'm trying to think about this from a few different angles. And I'm going to walk through the rest of the districts right now as we've got them, since we seem to have some fresher numbers. Whitfield Callaway is up to 44% of the vote over McAllister at 30. Nobody's hitting that magic 50 yet, where it becomes a lot harder. District 5, my district, we are at Renata. We have Renata Miller at 23% of the vote. And then we have Willie Burton at 19, but we got some come-ups with Hoggabook up to 17.5 and nearly 17% for Tatjana Jackson. So
all right.
There's some moves over there, but there's not a huge universe of votes. We're only talking 9,351 votes over there. And then District 7, this is a story of Karen Whitsitt and Denzel McCampbell are going to be back and forth. It is only a universe of 7,652 votes. So I wonder.
But what's the spread there between
35 to 30, 35.2 to 32.4. Denzel might, it's going to be an interesting race over there in 7.
That's going to be an interesting race
and
right there.
Whitsitt's a colorful character.
She is a colorful character. And listen, I again, I'm not making any endorsements either way, but she rubs a few people the wrong way. And this is a guy who's going to be coming out of the Rashida Tlaib camp. He's a more progressive style candidate.
So explain that.
Yeah, so I believe he was one of her communication directors. If I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on that. But he worked with her campaign. Obviously, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, and represents a more progressive, left-leaning wing of the Democratic Party, and he is looking to bring that energy to the council.
So I think what we need to do is we need to record our regular show.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's take a short little break to kind of plan out what we're going to do.
Yeah, man.
Please stay on. We're going to have results happening over there. We'll get into this and record something for the morning, which you will hear right as we come back with it. And hopefully we have a little bit more results as far as the number 2 spot. Although right now, I got to say, it's looking like Solomon Kinlock so far.
Yeah, it is.
As the votes come in. I still think we have a chunk of votes that are in on the city website for city council that are not in for mayor. And I kind of want to wait to record that part until we get that, because there's 62,000 votes on the city website for mayor. But when you get over to council at large, we're at 106.
Okay.
So that tells me there's a universe of votes about to come in.
Yeah, there's, as they say, a dump.
A dump. And
dump.
I don't really want to record the morning show.
Yeah.
Until that dump.
Until that big dump of votes.
That's what we're waiting for. Daily Detroit. We're waiting for a big dump.
A dump of votes.
A dump of votes.
There it is. There's my camera. Dump of votes.
There's your camera. Got to find your camera. What's it like being over here on this side?
This is where I used to be, remember?
Oh,
When
that's
we
right.
first started recording, I was over here so the sun could hit my face.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but
there's no sun tonight.
There's no sun because it's nighttime. And it's been a while since we recorded at night.
That's true.
I like it.
Oh, it's fun. And
I'm a night person. I tell you all the time. I hate getting up in the morning.
Didn't you actually used to be a barista?
I did, and I hated it. That's why I'm not a barista anymore.
It's not that you weren't good at your job.
Yeah, it's not that I couldn't do it. I just prefer not to. If I could be up till 3 a.m. every day, I would.
All right. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'll check in for some questions. As I said, I want to record the main show when we've got that data.
That dump of votes.
Yep. And we'll take a little bit of a break. Adam will put us on some music and some pause. And if you've got questions, hit him up and we'll come back in and pop in and answer stuff. But we need to take a little bit of a break. We haven't literally been at this for 3 hours and 10 minutes. So.
It's been a marathon. I'm so proud of you.
You know what? You know who's the star? Amanda Brewington.
We love it.
We could not have done this without her.
We literally could not.
I would have just been sitting there blathering like an idiot at Lucci and Randy the whole time. Really, really talented stuff. And I think it's really great. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and we will see you. If you got questions from anything you've seen, put them in the chat.
Or just questions in general.
Yeah, questions in general. What flowers are on your shirt? Do you know what kind of flowers those are?
Nah, they just flowers.
All right.
Just flowers. They're not like orchids or azaleas or anything.
All right.
Just flowers, man.
All right. Well, we will see you in a few minutes and talk soon. Hey everybody, we're back for a little while. Didn't want to leave the stream quiet for too long, but we do have to kind of wait for this next piece of data before we record the morning show because it would be kind of irresponsible.
The data dump, so to speak, as we said earlier, the data dump, we're waiting for it to come back with more votes.
What was the most fun of running around town tonight?
Just being in the city, man. You know what? I hadn't been over there 6 Mile, Livernois, between Livernois and Wyoming over there where the Jenkins watch party was. And I knew they were building up that area, but it is almost completely brand new for like a half a mile stretch. They got some really nice rental space over there for events and stuff. The non-alcoholic bar is over there.
Oh, we need to go there.
Yeah, we got to go there because it looks really cute. And if you are somebody who is dating someone who does not drink,
or you do not drink,
it'll be a cool spot. It looked really cool. So I'm going to go there regardless to check it out, just in general. I didn't have time today. I wanted to, but I didn't have time. But my favorite thing is just popping around town, man. That was actually the first time I've been to the Cambria rooftop as well. I got invited by some cousins a few weeks ago, but I decided not to go because I was tired. But that was the first time. It was nice.
It is beautiful up there. I went to the media preview. Did you go to that media preview, Randy?
To the Cambria?
To the Cambria? No, that was Robin.
Randy's mic's not on.
Hi, Randy.
Hello. No, I did not go.
Why?
I wasn't invited, or I didn't have time, or I was
I'm
not available.
sure you were
or-
invited.
You were always invited.
You were always invited, especially when it involves
How
booze.
dare you? How dare you say you weren't invited when there was alcohol? That's like a summoning circle. Like a cocktail is like a summoning circle for Engineer Randy.
He's an engineer of alcohol and
Yeah.
audio.
Like if we wanted to do like you ever watch Full Metal Alchemist? Like it's an anime. It's you do a summoning circle and you try to,
I'm aware of it, but I've never watched it.
Anyway, the point
I am
is
neither aware or have watched it.
I you know what? Sometimes I forget who I'm talking to. I forget that I'm
a geriatric millennial?
Yeah, I'm here with the fucking olds.
It is wild. Okay.
Hey, I'm aware of it. I just chose not to watch it. My best friend watches it.
You bugging. It's great. It's
Or
fantastic.
at least Brotherhood. They're two different shows, right?
They are two different shows.
Are they
the OG.
related?
Watch
Are
the
they-
OG. Yeah, they're related.
Is it a remake?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, watch the OG. Any anime, watch the OG. Outside of Gundam, every different Gundam is different. Anyway, we're here to talk about politics. Which, if you like politics, Gundam is one of the best anime you can watch. Anyway, I'm tired. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm tired too. I really want this data to appear.
But you know what? It's also the city of Detroit, so it might not appear till 7 a.m. That's a strong possibility.
Some random thing where
I think the main thing is I think it's okay.
I feel like the council district, the council data is in, so I feel like the mayor stuff's gonna be in.
But
soon.
like, okay, how many votes are separating Jenkins and Kinlot?
So it's not many. It's he's at 10-8, she's at 9-1.
Oh yeah, that could flip with a dump.
Yep.
A dump of 2,000 votes. I mean, we talking about something very different.
And this isn't a dump. Like, if I'm looking at this correctly, because I'm sure more people voted for mayor than the council at large site has 106,467. And the mayor is at 62,661.
What the hell?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
Stop the count. I don't like that man, the orange man in Washington, but I will say
I don't like that man.
But I will say that is one of the funniest things I've ever heard a sitting politician ever say.
What? Stop the count?
Stop, just all caps on Twitter. Stop the count.
I want to know how the city has all of this data about the nominees, but 0.0% of precincts are reporting.
I feel like there's data. I think they're getting the top level stuff out first.
Yeah.
Like, how is that not linked? Like, how do you have data without a precinct reporting?
I mean, they are reporting, but it's about getting all that data into the website, I guess.
Yeah.
That's a great question for the clerk. We need to have the clerk on. She
Actually-
ran unopposed.
Yeah, we should just ask the clerk.
Let's just have the clerk on.
We should just bring her on and be like, what does any of this shit mean, ma'am?
We'll just be like, hello, Janice.
Janice, can you please we could just walk over there.
We should.
We should just walk over there and be like, Janice, make sense of this. Make this make sense to me.
Especially since we're heading into the general.
Yeah, make this make sense to me. That's some good journalism right there. Let's just walk over there and talk to her and be like, come on the show and you need to let us know what's going on. 467 write-in votes. That's interesting. For a city council
you know
at
what?
large.
Well, and there were others. So let's look at District 5. Go over there. Those results have not really updated. Write-in, 168 write-in votes over there. So some of those will be friend of the show. He's a listener.
Whitney
Clark.
Yeah. Whitney Clark.
Yep, he's a listener. And yeah.
Sorry we didn't get you on the show.
We didn't get any of the council people.
We didn't get
we're
any
going
council
to
people on the show. But for the general, we will.
the general, we will, without a doubt.
There's
for the
a
general,
lot of people. There's a lot of
If
people.
we were to do that, we would be sitting here, and then all of our listeners that are anywhere else, but like, because I mean, let's just be honest. We're talking about 9,351 votes here.
Yeah,
It is
exactly.
important, but in the context that
There's
we have,
more people that live like in my building than voted there.
it's not a small district.
No. District 5's huge.
Geographically, yes.
Yeah, it's ginormous.
You were going to say something?
I was going to say, if my math is correct, about 418 people who voted did not cast a vote for mayor. I don't know. Is that interesting?
Really? Out of from, oh, okay.
Wait, you can hold on.
Okay, this is the skills of Randy Walker.
Yeah.
So what are you doing here with your brain?
So I have the registered voters, total number of voters is 518,314 at the top of the site. It says 12.17% of them have turned out. So that is 63,078. But there are only 62,661 votes for mayor.
Okay. I
So
mean, I
that's
guess
418
it's possible.
people voted, but not for mayor.
Okay.
Just voted for their.
But when
Council.
that see, this is the part that we got to talk to the clerk. Because to me, wouldn't that spoil a ballot?
No,
That doesn't spoil
you
your
can
ballot.
vote for up to one. You don't have to vote. You can cast an empty ballot even.
That's
Don't have to-
true,
you just
yeah,
show
you're
up
right.
and throw.
You know,
put an
I
empty
didn't.
ballot.
I did not make 2 selections for at large.
I did not either.
You don't have to.
Right.
I did because I get anxiety when I don't feel the bubbles in.
So someone got your vote because of mild tism,
Nah, I ain't even gonna say that, but just mild OCD.
mild OCD. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm always super precise trying to fill out the bubbles. Like I don't want to go outside the line at all, and just like I'm always worried that my ballot's going to get rejected and I have to refill out the circle.
I am also like that. I have to trace the outside and then you circle in it. But anyway, the point
Oh yeah, that's how you do it.
is I get
Anybody who just starts coloring, you got to trace it first and then color inside the
you
line.
psycho.
Coloring.
Like, but the thing for me is that like, you know, I treat it like the ACT, and you have to answer all the questions on the ACT or you get like a really bad score. So I have to, if it says up to A, listen, what was it? I think it was like 2022 or something, or one of those years where it was like we had to vote for like Wayne State Regent or something like that. Man, it was like pick no less than 5. I was just like, well,
I really have no idea why those are, 1, partisan, and 2, statewide election. Like I got no idea who these people are.
Well, that's because they're state colleges.
they're state.
Still.
They get our
So,
money.
like, so
they get our
they
money.
Get state money, and they are imbued by the state.
They absolutely should be voted on. What are you saying? These are the people who will choose if you learn evolution or if you learn bearded Skyman came down and made all the lizards first before people. Jared's writing.
He is.
Just I'm making a sign because there's
okay.
a graphic.
Oh, right. I forgot that was the whole point of which.
Yeah, the whole point of us coming back on for a little bit is I'm going to put. Oh, we got people coming onto the chat. All right, maybe we just stay on.
That's what the whole. That's literally what we said, Jer.
I know, but I was going to be like, okay, I'm going to take a little break, but no, we're not. We're going to
Hi,
keep
Mike
going.
Wong.
Mike Wong.
What's up?
He's great.
I'll consider
I've
you-
had coffee with Mike Wong.
Friend of the show, Mike Wong.
Excellent.
We love that guy.
He has restored a beautiful house. You can look
Ooh,
at the piece.
I really like Mike Wong now too.
What? Just because he your friend
He said, "Go get
in
him,
the
Randy."
chat? Yeah, just it's his little chat friend.
But there is a wonderful piece in Our Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
It is about his place. I believe they talk about it being an Indian village.
Okay.
And there's wonderful photos of it. A beautiful thing. A beautiful, beautiful work that him and his family have done with their house when
Now,
they
why
moved
you
into the
put
city.
why you put Mike Wong business all on the street?
Because he
like
put
that?
it in Our Detroit.
Nah, but he put it in Hour. He didn't put it in Daily Detroit.
Listen, my business is
And
an
now
Hour.
and now everybody know he was in Hour Detroit. What if he ain't want everybody? to
Mike
know
Wong,
that?
you're watching. Are you mad, Mike Wong?
I'm just messing. I'm just playing around.
Is Mike Wong mad?
It's okay. But anyway, I'm just saying, I personally think that, yeah, if you're running for a leadership position at a public university, yeah. Should it be partisan? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mike Wong, you do not have good search engine foo because you're fighting with a former Red Wings player when you search for Mike Wong Detroit.
I would be searching for Our Detroit.
Oh,
so-
I found
You
the
found-
article right
Can
away.
you send that over to Adam?
Sure.
Don't be, hold on. Now y'all about to put it in the chat? Now everybody gonna know where he live. What are y'all doing? Do y'all not know how to live stream responsibly? Do not do that.
Okay. If you want to go, you can Google it.
If Mike Wong wants to put in his own shit, he can.
All right. We'll wait for
Good
Mike.
Lord. Y'all act like y'all never seen a Twitch stream before. You don't put people's business out on the street like that.
There are, you know what's crazy? I see a lot more streamers and content creators around Detroit nowadays.
Yeah, because it's cheap and they're all broke and they don't want to tell you how broke they are. As somebody who knows tons of content creators, these people are baby rich. They're baby rich. You know who's really rich? Like Hassan Piker, he's really rich.
Yeah.
Kai Cenat's really rich. Like there's like 10 people.
How's Hassan Piker rich?
Bruh, you can't be like the only political commentator on Twitch and not be rich.
Oh, he is the only one, isn't it?
Plus, like, all the thirst follows.
The thirst follows. He's like a 6'4" himbo. Like he's a very attractive man, and I'm super sure
I wouldn't call him a himbo.
he's a himbo. He's a lefty himbo.
Mike Wong says, and a magician?
Is there a Detroit magician named Mike Wong?
Apparently, there's a magician named Mike Wong as well. But yeah, like he's.
I mean, look,
he's super rich.
I
The
didn't
magic
realize.
of Mike Wong happens right under your nose.
See, Mike Wong. Thank you, Norris.
You know, the thing is that I don't.
Y'all ain't got no stream.
I
etiquette.
don't follow the Twitch stream because I don't use Twitch. So I follow Hassan on YouTube, so I get the clips.
Yeah, that's like the truncated version.
Right, because I'm a geriatric millennial, not a
Yeah.
midline millennial like you are.
Yeah, you can't inject, like the streamer.
I tried to watch the Twitch stream, and I was like, this is a lot happening.
Yeah, you can't.
We don't
like,
have the chat window on the right, but also, we have Mike Wong in the chat.
You can't like mainline streaming into your veins the same way I can.
There's a creator that lived here for a while and then moved away. She did a thing on Instagram and TikTok, her OnlyPans. She was a cooking creator.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So it turns out she was in Detroit. I was like, wow, wait a second. Like so many people will appear in Detroit. There's another one that had a Detroit meetup, Bravo Historian.
Yep.
There's a bunch of them.
Yep.
See, my problem with live streams is I listen to recordings at like at least 2x speed. So listening to anything live is just so slow. It's like they're talking like snails and sloths.
Why do you listen to things on 2x? Tell me now.
So I can listen to more stuff?
See, so you saying you consume faster so you could consume more.
Yes.
Maybe you should not consume. Maybe there are some moments where you should practice stillness.
I like consuming.
No. There are moments in life where
We have like the reverse. We had Amanda Brewington here earlier, which, by the way, what a great job
fantastic
holding
job.
the stream down. We
'Cause
just
this is
threw her
hard.
in. We just threw her into the lion's den.
A lot of people don't know how hard this is.
This is, and I've been talking the whole time. She's better at talking than me, and very much embracing no technology. Let's stay away from things. Then we got Rando here, who's like, let's mainline every notification I can
I'm not
into my
quite
brain.
that bad, but yeah.
Would you, Randy? Would you like embrace like transhumanism? Like if you could sync fully, like combine your being with your devices, like would you?
No.
No.
Augmentations, yes, but
So you totally like be the cyberpunk dude with like the mantis blades coming out his arms and like rocket legs.
I mean, I was thinking like contact lenses with displays built in and maybe like the chips under your fingertips or something.
I'm not down for nothing subdermal. I don't want it in my body. Contact lens is cool, but I don't want it in my body. No, not at all.
But like a neural interface or something, probably not. That's
Yeah.
a little scary.
That's scary to me too. And then a company owns that. So when you don't pay your
You mean you don't want
Or
Elon
when
when you
Musk in
don't
your
pay your
brain?
neural implant bill,
Or when they go out of business.
yeah, right, or when they eventually go defunct because that shit is expensive.
You're telling me you don't want Elon Musk in your brain?
Absolutely, there are
I don't
so
want
many.
Elon Musk in my life.
I can name so many more people I would prefer to have in my brain than Elon Musk. Just about every human on Earth I would prefer in my brain besides Elon Musk.
I would rather have a 24-inch iron rod in my brain.
There you
than
go.
Elon Musk.
Good old lobotomy.
Jesus, guys. We do not
Are
have
you
that.
familiar with trepanation?
I don't even know what, guys. I don't even know what that means.
It's dark.
It's dark.
You drill a hole in the brain and then, or in the skull, and then do things in the brain.
Let's not.
What
Let's
about
not.
that? What about that vote dump? How about those votes?
Refreshing here. I'm not seeing anything new. Is Big Lucci seeing anything new? On YouTube, no, but I got some updates. You got some updates.
From where?
The Metro.
Where?
Okay.
Breaking news from the Metro.
Breaking news from the Metro. Okay, what do we? Is that in the chat or is that?
Cat, you want me to hop on?
What do we got? Oh yeah, why don't you? You know what? We got time. No, yeah, come on.
No, or he could grab. He has a
Grab the
mic
mic,
right
grab the
there.
mic,
You have
yeah.
a mic right there. That is the Lucci mic.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
All right,
Can you hear
Lucci
me?
updates.
All right. So I'm going to do a rapid summary. Dearborn Heights, Council Chairman Mope Dune won with a whopping 70.84% of votes.
Sheesh.
And he will face off against Councilmember Denise Malinowski-Maxwell in November. Novi, they passed their public safety bond proposal. 55 yes, 45 no. It's actually kind of close.
Yeah.
Fitzgerald Public Schools, if you do not know, that is in Warren. They had a public schools building and also a site bond proposal and a sinking tax fund proposal. And that passed 56 to 42.
All right.
That actually passed for both 56 to 42. Interesting.
All right.
And then Pontiac City Council President Mike McGinnis won the primary. He will battle against. Guess his name. Kermit. In the
Kermit.
general election.
Yes, it is I, Kermit,
Yeah.
the councilman.
Hamtramck. 3,601 votes on election day. 54% of that went towards Adam Al-Harbi.
There you go.
who's endorsed by outgoing Mayor Amir Ghalib. Adam also did help run Amir's mayoral campaign a few years back. And he faces against council member, but allegedly non-resident, Muhith Mahmood, who got second place with 29% of votes. City of Plymouth commissioners. 8 out of 9 candidates will go to the November ballot.
Ouch.
Don't read them all.
But just imagine being that
Who lost?
ninth candidate.
Imagine.
Okay.
8 out of 9 advance.
Okay. All right. So the answer is who lost? Who?
The answer
Scott
is who lost.
Silvers.
All right. Scott. I'm very sorry
Scott.
for you.
Scott, that
Scott,
sucks, man. I'm
8 out
sorry.
of 9, and you just
8
didn't-
out of 9, and
you
didn't
did not make the
cut.
dodgeball team.
Hold on, how many votes did he lose that last spot by? Can you pull that up?
I can find it.
Find it.
Let me.
Because I need to know.
9 votes.
9 votes.
9 votes.
No.
See, every vote counts.
Scott. I don't know Scott. I don't know what Scott believes in. I
Scott,
don't
you
know.
didn't have 9 cousins.
444 made it. 435 did not.
Sheesh.
Now, unless the absentee ballots somehow pull him over the line
I mean,
against
it's possible,
someone
yeah.
else,
How many? What's the reporting in there?
100%.
Oh, well,
4
no,
out of
it's
4
a wrap.
precincts.
What?
I say it's a wrap. It's 100%. He didn't make it.
Yeah.
Dang, that is.
We
I'd be
got some
heartbroken.
feedback. We got some feedback from my mama.
Uh-oh.
Okay, first of all, Luciano, let me tell you something. All right, I love you like a little brother, and your mom, she did a great job raising you. Okay, we can't have mama anecdotes while we reporting the politics. This
No.
is the news.
Hold on. This is about low voter turnout.
Okay,
This is low voter turnout.
okay.
Quote unquote, I studied to take American citizenship to be able to vote. Come on, Americans, you got to do better.
I agree.
Yeah.
Word to Mama Luciano.
Small data update.
Yeah.
Do you got more stuff? This is not huge breaking stuff. Do you got more, Lucci? I don't want to interrupt you too much.
There's a quick question in chat about Southfield.
Yeah, we got news on
And
something.
incumbent Mayor Ken Seaver is,
Southfield is Oakland County, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
sorry, Adam.
Well, no, a lot of people. So
Yeah.
one thing I got to remember, guys, is that as much as we're like super nerds, I think it's really important to share where things are, what people are, so that they know, because there's always people onboarding. And I remember that because I talked to more than a dozen people today who voted in Detroit for the first time.
Yeah, we are onboarding. This show is your onboarding pass to the city of Detroit. So, Southfield, Oakland County, Randy.
57.44% incumbent Mayor Ken Seaver, 50 versus 38.25% Sylvia Jordan, and 4.07% Ryan Foster, and 0.24% unassigned write-ins. 24 votes had write-ins. that are
All right,
unassigned.
well, look like more of the same in Southfield. They like what they got going on there.
I do not have roof access. Otherwise, I could see Southfield from here.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause,
you could- it's
I will
flat.
say
You can see
JCM
Southfield from everywhere.
JCM, I'm glad to support, but also I would need to get on the roof to actually see Southfield.
Is that the actual question?
No, you did the right thing.
Okay.
I made a pun.
Gotcha. Okay.
Y'all forgot who you was on the show with.
Oh. Well, that's the question is, can you see Southfield? So
Yeah. Anyway, more of the same in Southfield. You guys,
You
rock
know,
with
there's
it.
some council member, there's some people, some Instagram reels I see from Southfield where
Oh boy.
like I'm like, what?
There are some reels that I see from Southfield that, Jerry, I am very happy you have not commented on them, but I freely will.
I don't feel like I can.
I freely will comment on them. And I'm going to just say this. There is a reason why I don't want to live in Southfield.
But we love our Southfield listeners.
We love Southfield listeners.
And I
but-
love the homes in Southfield. There's some amazing mid-century modern
Absolutely.
stuff you cannot find anywhere else.
No, you especially get out there around that 10 Mile Lasher area.
Yeah, is it Lasser? Lasher?
Lasher.
Lasher?
10 Mile Lasher area. Anyway, yeah, they got some nice stuff out there.
Oh, you're the one who posts the reels. This is the guy who posts the reels.
You post the reels. Brody, let me tell
All
you
right,
something.
I want to talk to you.
Let me tell you something. We got to have you on the show, man, because I got to
Yeah.
say this. The stuff you be posting from the Southfield City Council meetings, Brody, nah.
How do you
Like-
even find this?
Nah, man. Like, because to me, I'm sitting back, I'm like, Y'all really worked that hard to move out to Southfield to act just like the people that didn't want to live next to you.
He's the king of Southfield.
Yeah, we'll have you on for sure.
The
Seriously.
king of Southfield meets the Prince of Brightmoor.
Yes, you are open and invited. dailydetroit@gmail.com is our public email address. And if people hit it on the chat, it's absolutely fine. Email us so we can connect. Would love to talk to you, like why you're so into Southfield. Like, that's great. We got listeners out there. I think that is absolutely super good. And I love that local stuff. So please, dailydetroit@gmail.com. Email us. I will not get back to you tonight, but sometime tomorrow or the next day, because tomorrow's my actual birthday.
Yes, and I think you should not work.
I know, but I want to make sure that we connect to this guy.
No, we're going to connect to him. You can answer an email or two, but you better not work on your birthday. I'm a firm believer every human being should get their birthday off, day of work, paid holiday.
And I'm excited everyone's going to be coming on the 9th.
That's right. We're going to be
But
there.
it's still work.
Yeah, it's still work, but we're going to be turned. Randy, do we have special cocktails?
We talked about that earlier. No, we don't.
Damn it.
You have to think of the venue we're at.
That's true. It's the old Miami. We just doing shots, baby.
2 ingredients at most.
Air and whiskey. What are you talking about?
Johnny Walker and ice.
That's it. That's it, baby. That's it.
Okay, so I do have a small update on City Council at large. We're up to 112,000 votes in at City Council at large.
Okay.
And with that, we have Mary Waters, number one, basically 33.5%. Coleman A. Young Jr., 32%, almost 33%. Janae Ayers, 13.5%. And then next up, James Harris at nearly 7%. So there's a big universe of votes out there.
Has just been on too long.
That's what I was wondering if.
All right, are we back?
Are we back? I'm reloading. Let me check. Put the camera on one of us.
It's on 2 of you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I couldn't see.
No, it's not back.
I think it's kind of frozen.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, we're back?
we're back.
kind of.
We're back slowly.
It's catching back up.
Yeah, that's what it is. We're catching back up.
We are catching back up. Well, I mean, we have done an epic stream. People don't normally do this.
Yeah. Jer actually broke the
Jer
internet.
broke the internet. Let's start that rumor.
Well, I think if this is the case, I think we need to record what we're going to have for tomorrow.
Yeah, now that we're back on.
And we need to just have it be done. We're back.
We're back?
Yeah. We're back. Hi, everybody. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we broke the internet.
Yeah.
At least here.
We broke the tech town internet.
I'm doing one last quick check for
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, I'm on it too. What's that? Yeah.
Right? Because I'm seeing here, I'm looking at Sterling Heights City Council, and I noticed all the incumbents advanced, right?
Yeah.
And then a former Macomb County Commissioner, he also advanced. And then everyone else, all the newbies finished 9th through 13th place, right?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Got a little slower on speed test, but not crazy.
Not enough to kill the stream.
Especially since the up is insane here.
Yeah, the up is crazy here, but like
Yeah, live again.
All right. But anyway, to your question, Luciano, no, Kinlock being number 2 does not surprise me. The gap of Mary's victory tonight is surprising. It is shocking to me just how big her win is. Because you gotta think about it from this perspective, right? Yeah.
Like, people like her energy. They like her positive how she lays out a positive vision for the future of the city.
I think a lot of people see her and they see the city. Like, Mary, I know a lot of Mary Sheffields. Let me put it that way. Like,
Them young professionals.
I know people who talk like her, who act like her, who dress like her, who all of that. Got families like hers, all of that. Well, maybe not to that level, but you get what I'm saying. All of that, man. All of it. And it all counts. And I think a lot of people look at her and that's what they see. I just think it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
In addition to the experience. So,
James Craig, though, did a bit higher than I expected.
nah, 5% is where 5 to 6% is where.
For
I
a guy
thought
who
he'd be.
hasn't been police chief in a while now.
Yeah, but he's the last police chief you can name. Who's the police chief right now?
Problem, whoever that is, they should come on the show.
Yeah, flat out. But that's my thing, right? That's my thing, man. He's the last police chief you can name.
Yeah.
Chief Hollywood.
Are we back? All right. All right, everybody. Our stream has been in and out. So what we're going to do, if we crash out, we have been on the air since 7:45 p.m. Apparently our equipment or our internet connection or something is not wanting us to continue as much. We're going to stay on, but if we go, thank you so much for tuning in. Right, Norris?
That's right.
It's wild that you all are here. It is wonderful that you all are here. It is special that you all are here.
We don't do it again.
Terrifyingly, yes.
But we won't make Jared do as much. I'll be here, and I've done a 9-hour stream.
What were you streaming about for 9 hours?
Myself, games, just talking. Yeah, man. You don't understand the world I come from, man. A 4-hour stream, light work.
Yeah, but in the
But
political...
I want to say before we depart, everybody tonight did a fantastic job. We tried a lot of new things today, things that we had not done before on Daily Detroit.
Things that honestly a lot of places don't even try.
That don't even try, and we got to give much love to Adam on the sticks over here. And say thank you, Adam, for engineering or producing the whole.
If he had a
show
mic,
today.
you would have heard swear words when we dropped off.
You would have heard a lot of cuss words, but that's okay.
I want to thank Amanda Brewington.
That's right.
What a champ.
Yeah, because she was here for a long time, and I can't be around y'all that long. And she was around here for much longer than I would be. Let's also thank friend of the show, Orlando.
Yes, Orlando Bailey.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely wonderful.
Also contended for one of the best dressed men in Detroit. How was Orlando not hit? See, that's how I know they got blind spots. They got blind spots at Hour. They got blind spots in many of these other publications. Because how is Orlando not?
He needs to be in a spread.
Consistently one of the best dressed men in the city. Flat out.
I just go with like beach schlub
Yeah.
because I can't even keep up.
You're boatman.
I am a child of the East Side.
You are.
We like our
East Side
boats.
boatman.
East Side boatman.
That's you. Your mic's not on.
Now it's on.
Try again.
If Detroit had a Love Island, Orlando Bailey would be on it.
That's a weird thing to say, and I'm a hope he never hears that.
Wasn't there a Belle Isle version or something? Didn't we get a
They
press
tried
release?
it.
We got a press release.
Yeah, they tried it. We gotta thank engineer Randy, of course, for bringing all of his persnicketyness
And engineering skills.
and engineering skills and math skills.
Yes. Yes. All right. So, Adam, if you could put up a screen for like 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and then I can get everything going so we can start recording, and then we'll do the big show. The best we can with the data we've got.
And if it crash, it crash.
And if it crash, it crash. We'll just finish the show. And Thank you, everybody. This has been fun.
I'm having fun.
Hello, friends, and welcome to your daily Detroit, sharing what to know and where to go in Southeast Michigan. I am Jer Stays. It is early morning, Monday, August 6th, 2025, when we are recording this from the studio at Techtown. It has been a very long night. Joining me on this very long night has been none other than the Prince of Brightmoor himself, Norris Howard. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I've been gallivanting around the city, enjoying all of the watch parties from the primary election of the previous night, and most of the results are in.
Yeah, most of the results. So we're going to put a pin in the fact that some of these numbers, as we're recording, we had to drop a line at some point and say we had to stop, we had to record, because it has been very a long night here for the mayoral election. Now, not for the top vote getter. We know that. Second place is still kind of up in the air. So let's just have a big conversation about Detroit's mayoral primary on multiple levels and get into it, because why not? We're here. And as I said, there could be a little bit of change by the time you hear this episode. Please allow for that. We've been live streaming since 7:45, and it is now after midnight.
Yeah, I mean, but the main thing is this, is that the number one vote getter and the person who we thought would be the number one vote getter and the front runner, the heir apparent of the mayor's office of the city of Detroit, Mary Sheffield, did not just win. She won big, huge, bigly, ginormously. And I'm not trying to be, too hyperbolic when I say that. We're talking about a 30 to 35 point advantage over her next closest opponent, whether it be Jenkins or Kinlock. I was able to bounce around and go to a few of the watch parties, some of them quite dour, some of them very excited. And obviously I ended the night at Mary Sheffield's party, and it was very apparent that she was ready to take the next step.
We'll go down the ballot in a second, but what do you think Mary Sheffield, as we're recording this, has more than 50% of the vote in a crowded primary field? For those who are more political novices, when a primary has one person pull more than half the vote, this is going to be whoever's in second place, a Herculean task, because not only do they need to line up all the other support, 100%, they need to make a case beyond to the next level. What does this say about where the city of Detroit is and the voters of the city of Detroit?
I think, obviously, I think turnouts for primaries tend to be a little bit lower. So there will be more voters in the general election, particularly around the chance of having the first woman mayor of the city of Detroit. I think that is going to be something that people will go out and vote on, or, quiet as it's kept, vote against. But I think that whoever is the number two, it is going to be very difficult to break the coalition that Sheffield has made of voters, because she has essentially allied herself with enough of each sector that you need to win. She has enough of the neighborhoods. She has enough of the college educated. She has enough of the business magnates. She has enough of all of those sort of verticals to where she can pull from them all and leave not much rest for her opponents.
You went to her party at the Cambria.
Yes.
What was the vibe? And I don't mean just like jubilant, but what did that party look like to you?
What it looked like to me was a candidate that pulled in from the city. There was not much of, quote unquote, new Detroit there. There was some downtown folks. There were some people who I could tell, were representatives of business entities, so to speak. But for the most part, she was pulling in neighborhood folks. I mean, these were normal people. And then obviously it was funny because it was the only party that had like a little VIP area. But a lot of that was her family and close confidants. But it was a lot of the city. And that is kind of what is different from, I think, how people feel about the Duggan administration, where a lot of people feel he has over-allied himself with the business community and the the financiers of local politics. Whereas with Mary, it felt a lot more communal, and that was very different from what I saw from other or from the Duggan administration.
That's interesting that you say that, because when I've talked to a number of progressive, they're like, Mary is nowhere, like, not aligned with that wave, still very pro-business. It's the kind of candidate where it's like, some will say, is she allied? I've heard business people tell me, I don't know if she's allied with business enough, but I've also heard progressives tell me she's no friend of progressives.
Yeah.
Which is always an interesting mix.
It is an interesting mix, but I think, again, when you get to a point where you're talking about the average voter, that's kind of what the average voter wants. The average voter kind of wants you to be a little bit progressive, but also wants you to make jobs in the city. And that means you do have to kind of serve two masters. And it's going to be interesting to see if she's able to toe that line, particularly in the general election, where I think things are going to get a lot more personal. Things are going to get a lot more pointed, particularly against her. But she is so far ahead in the neighborhoods that it's going to take a disaster for her to lose this election.
So, working under the assumption, I'm going to actually record this in two ways. I'm going to record first Solomon and then Santil. So, people on the live stream, I'm hedging bets here. So, Solomon Kinlock, faith on faith kind of competition here. Yeah. Still a long way to go for him, but also a very strong showing for somebody who honestly wasn't a city resident that long ago.
Yeah, no, the thing with Kinlock that I think, and what I've heard in the neighborhoods from residents, is that, they think Kinlock is a strong leader and they like some of his ideas. but he is not tied in with the Duggan administration. A vote for Ken Locke feels like it is kind of the anti-Duggan vote, so to speak. It is a vote for a change, a complete change in energy, a complete change in the vision for the city, and somebody who is also bringing with them that sort of faith-based leadership. I personally think that could hurt him in a general if he's not careful, if he flies a little too close to the sun around that, which he hasn't so far. But I think when it comes to Mary Sheffield, she has done enough in other areas to make it an aspect of herself, but not a sort of master status of her identity.
And we'll get into the lower candidates, but even a small percentage that breaks for Mary, it's over for Kinloch, right? So in my mind, talking to a number of Durhal voters, they're not generally the kind of person who's going to go for Kinloch.
No, I think, the Jenkins voters, I think will break for Mary Sheffield. I think the Durhal voters will break for Mary Sheffield. And at that point, you're talking about her being at over 60%.
Well, there's a possibility she's going to pull Duggan numbers in the general.
Yeah,
where
it's possible.
It's possible. Let's talk about the positive. Let's talk about Santil Jenkins. The concept of two women running for the mayoral office is, to a lot of people, almost utopian.
Yeah.
To a lot of passionate people about the city.
Yeah, and unheard of in the city of Detroit, literally since it's been a thing. And I think that is an amazing sign of progress for the city. I think it's an amazing sign of progress for the voters. Listen, Detroit is still a majority black city, and I think a lot of black culture is very matriarchal. And I think the concept of a woman in positions of leadership is not that crazy to most African Americans. I think personally, this marks a very interesting way because we have no idea which way Kinloch voters would break, right? Do they break for Jenkins because they clearly didn't like Sheffield enough to vote for her the first time? Or do they break for her because there is a small thread of sort of her family name and coming from a
even
big
her
church.
speech. We heard the speech on the live stream. Very connected to faith.
Yeah, very connected to faith. So it'll be interesting to see if that's where some of the votes break. But the concept of the next mayor of the city of Detroit being a woman, regardless of outcome, would be incredible.
Let's talk about the back of the pack. I don't know if I was surprised, but I know a lot of people who listen to this show, a number of people who were excited about somebody like a Durhal.
Yeah.
Just didn't bust through. James Craig, stronger than I think some people thought he would do.
Yeah, polling around 6%.
And I think that is a reflection of the growing conservative community in Detroit. I know that I've talked to a number of listeners who have said, who is the most conservative conservative candidate, usually in a fiscal sense. But there is that undercurrent. We saw it in the presidential election. Sam Robinson did some great reporting on that at Detroit 1 Million and now Michigan Chronicle. There is that growing undercurrent, but it's not a huge undercurrent.
No.
But it's there.
It is there.
But it's nowhere near enough to carry the day. And then you just kind of have like the box of everyone else.
Yeah, and I think, again, it goes back to talking about that level of gravitas, that level of experience. Listen, if you were building a candidate and you ask, what were the things that they need to have? Okay, they need to have charisma, they need to have experience, and they need to have some fresh ideas. And I think 2.5 out of those things Mary Sheffield has. I think I personally have not heard enough in terms of how different her position will be from the current Duggan administration. I think that's one of her blind spots.
But also maybe
forward.
intentional because there's a lot of voters who honestly...
They love this.
I have talked to a number of my neighbors, and I know on social media, it is one way of feeling about Mike Duggan. If you were to look at threads or look at other places, you would see people must not like him because they're very loud. But when you're in the streets, that man has, and even looking into the governor's race, he's going to carry the city of Detroit right now if nothing changes.
If nothing changes, and you got to say it like this, the man has been mayor for 12 years for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, the people voted for him. And in the last election, it was a complete slaughter. It wasn't close by any stretch of the imagination. He has a kinship and a fondness with the voters of this city, and I think people will look past that at their own peril. I think his political opponents, and I think the political opponents of his camp, of which I will begin to sort of edge Mary Sheffield into that, will ignore them at their own peril, because they found a way to be able to speak the language of conservatives while at the same time now wholly infuriating progressives and making sure they hold on to that middle of the road base.
And that middle of the road, there's recent reports about Republican donors for Duggan for governor, but there's a lot of big Democratic donors too. And the thing is these Republicans have, for the most part, always rolled with him. Mm-hmm. It just nobody paid attention because it was the city, because it's Roger Penske. Roger Penske runs the Grand Prix. They've worked together on a ton of things. This could be starting the definition of a new politic, that independent party. And I think both Democrats and Republicans ignore it at their peril. Like, this could be an extinction level event for a certain part of both of those parties.
Oh, it would be. It particularly in the state of Michigan, where for the better part of almost 6 years now, the GOP has been flirting with not having enough money to run candidates.
Right.
Like, this is something that is it could be devastating for them. And to have that kind of candidate as an independent in the governor's office, and then basically having a strong ally in somebody like Mary Sheffield, who she is shied away from for a little bit, but let's be frank, they would be close allies.
How many
moving
press
forward.
events have I been to where Mary Sheffield's right there?
Exactly.
Always.
Exactly. And they've been partners on many projects, and the land bank is a thing they've collaborated on in all of its imperfection. Land value tax is something that they both want to explore. These are things that, without that sort of duopoly in the governor's office and in the mayor's office, probably wouldn't happen. But if Michigan were to do something like this, I think it would send a signal to the surrounding Great Lakes areas of, hey, there is a viability in running in the middle of the road.
Back to the city, I will mention that Mary's campaign on the streets has been a Goliath. Mary Sheffield. Everywhere, people everywhere, merch everywhere, like brochures everywhere, to a level that nobody else came close
and
to
in
matching.
Spanish and Arabic, by the way. Like these
big touch.
big touch, and a lot of people say, hey, it's flimsy, it's pandery, but again,
People want to be heard. What do we learn from
wanna be
Zoran
heard.
Mondani?
Mm-hmm.
People want to be heard, and they want you to act on being heard. And in her speech, she started to include more things. Like, she's already talked a bit about transit, but she specifically called out transit to every neighborhood. She talked about specific things in that victory speech. It was the best speech I've ever seen her give, and I remember her from the Freeman Hendricks days.
So do I. Yeah, and that's one of those things where moving forward and going into this general election, it's going to be difficult to be able to knock her off at perch for many reasons, but I think we're seeing her get better. And that, I think,
That's
is
the
scary.
thing.
That's scary. We are seeing her get better. The difference between even when we had her at our debate that we hosted,
Or even on the show.
Or on the show.
And by the way, I plan on having all candidates in these major offices, and we're going to talk about city council at large, we're going to talk about the districts. Please come to Daily Detroit. Mary's been here before. Mary's welcome to come back. I hope she will be back.
Absolutely.
So will the second place person.
yeah, but we see her getting even better. I agree. That was the best speech I've ever seen her give as well. And I'll tell you, the energy that I saw in that room, I saw multiple old men, old gray beards, turn around and look at their kids, look at their grandkids, look at people around them. And you know what the one refrain I heard? Damn, she's good, man. She's really good. That I heard that over and over and over again of like, nah, she got it. She got it. She's good. She got it. I don't know, man. It's looking real tough for her opponents.
Let's get into city council at large. 2 big names. Mary Waters, 33%, a little over 33% of the vote. Komane Young, the second, almost 33% of the vote, dominating the field. And then this is a primary, so they don't necessarily win. They go on to the next level. Janae Ayers returns with over 13% of the vote. And as it stands, as we are recording now, James Harris with almost 7%. But there is a lot of work that any candidate would need to do to knock off Young and Waters between their name recognition, the fact they've been doing a bunch of things. And on the live stream, we were talking about how strong of like Mary's been in the trenches forever. And Coleman's been in the trenches for a long time. These are folks that people know. And I think, you know, on our Patreon only Discord chat, some surprises about where people were.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, the name matters. Being out there matters, and not as much online, although online can count. The name matters, the work, the fact that all these voters, which we know the demographics of voters, they tend to lean a little bit older. They know Mary. They know Mary Waters. They know Komane Young. They know they've known him. They've known him a long time.
They've known him since he was a child.
And he answered. The thing is that, and we haven't had him on the show yet, but I hope to.
Yeah.
And Mary, you know what I mean, to talk about these issues.
Yeah.
Because it's a big deal. And then Janae, you know, kind of, you know, anything's possible. No, I mean that. Like,
I know what you mean.
Nobody's got a 50% lock.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it definitely could be an interesting comeback. Let's work into the districts. District 5 personally is important to me. That is my district. And that current situation is more than 23% for Renata Miller, 20% for Willie Burton. Esther Yvette Hogebook is over 17%, and Tachana Jackson at 16%. There is definitely a toss-up here. This one's going to be one to watch, and it'll be interesting to see who shines in this, because they all come from different angles and different approaches.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be one of the most varied races moving forward into the general. I think Hogebook has the potential to potentially eke in, but at the end of the day, we could be looking at a very different city council than what we're used to. We've been used to a lot of the same names, a lot of the same ideas, and a lot of the same sort of predictability from the city council. And I think we are going to be entering an era of a very, very different city council.
Oh, yeah. And so people know District 5 kind of wraps around downtown, goes up to the north, and then also to the east side. So there's that. District 2, that is Angela Calloway as a very strong lead with 44%.
And one of the best dressed men in the city,
Roy McAllister, former city councilman.
That's right.
30% of the vote. And then Helena Scott at 25%. There's only 3 candidates in there. So that's how that shows. And then District 7 is interesting because it is now a dead heat between Karen Whitsett and Denzel McCampbell. This is going to be a wild one.
This is
the race to watch, because Whitsett's such a strong personality with, you know, her time in the state legislature, the drama, the collaboration with Donald Trump.
Yep.
If people didn't know about all that, go look it up. It's really interesting, and you could have your own feelings on it, but it's going to be loud. And then McCampbell is one of the most dynamic progressive voices who you know a bit more about.
Yeah, so the thing is that this is a race between two very diametrically opposed people. Whitsett, like you said, strong personality, has completely run afoul of most of the Democratic Party in Lansing, has participated in some of the shenanigans from the House leader up there. But then you have Denzel McCampbell, who has worked with the campaign of Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib for many months, and is now looking to bring a more progressive voice to the city council. And it's going to be really interesting. You know, I said that I think this would be the closest race out of all of them tonight, and I think that's bared out.
We have a new little bit of data before we finish recording here. Sheffield is at 51%, Kinloch 17.5%, Sontiel 15.2%. So it feels like a little bit of a build. The bottom is still the bottom as it is. It looks like Todd Perkins he's edging up on James Craig down in the bottom. But, you know, the thing is about this is that I think whoever ends up in this, I don't want to lose people like Fred Durhall or Sontiel to like not doing something with the city.
Me neither, because I think they're both brilliant.
I'm just putting those names out there.
Yeah, I think they're brilliant in particular, and I think it's going to be really important.
Todd has a lot of passion for the city too.
I mean, they all do.
They all do.
I don't think you run for mayor of a city like Detroit if you're not passionate and you don't believe that you could truly help it. But I think when I'm looking at this and I see, whoever ends up having to build out a cabinet where it's looking more like Mary Sheffield, the more the numbers come in, I think it would behoove her to look at Durhall and at Jenkins and to say, these are people who have had great ideas, particularly with Jenkins as somebody who has had experience running Thaw, and Thaw has been one of the more beloved programs that we've had in the city, keeping people's utilities on. I think it would be important for her to look at folks as assets and not just as opponents.
I think she would.
And I think she would. I see no reason why she wouldn't. And I agree with you. I think it's going to be really important not to lose these brains, not to lose these voices in the city of Detroit, because I come from a time where a bunch of people were around forever, even if they weren't elected officials, and they was always doing stuff. I think that's going to be important moving forward.
Let's end with something fun.
Sure.
Engineer Randy is here.
Hey,
Engineer Randy.
Hey.
So you have put together a cocktail in honor of Mary Sheffield. I have no idea of her feelings on it. I have none of this. This
could go real sideways.
This is just inspiration. Nothing, knowing nothing
we love
super personal about Mary Sheffield. I didn't show
vote.
her this recipe. I did vote. No personal details about this other than the name.
Okay.
And the location.
And the location, yeah. We didn't run it by her at all. She has no feedback on this. This was just
we didn't run it by the team.
No.
This is just something that came to mind as we were looking up, like, what could we do as a cocktail inspired by Mary Sheffield? So, I'm going to call it the West Side. It is
Let's go.
It is a variation of a South Side cocktail, which is a traditional cocktail that is made up of gin, citrus, simple syrup, and mint leaves. We're going to call it the West Side, and it's going to be green in honor of Detroit.
Let's go.
City's color.
Verdigris.
Yeah, the verdigris. Verdigris?
I say verdigris.
Verdigrit. Verdigrit.
Yes, verdigrit.
So we're going to start with 2 ounces of 2 James Old Cockney gin.
Okay.
The recipe also then has 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice.
I like lime.
We're going to make it even more green by going with 1/2 ounce of green chartreuse.
Okay. Okay.
The herbalness will play well with the gin. We're going to add 1/2 ounce of simple syrup to boost the chartreuse's sweetness a little bit. And we're going to add 3 to 5 mint leaves.
That sounds very refreshing.
We're going to muddle the mint leaves.
You're a muddler?
Depends, but yeah,
Okay.
I like to muddle sometimes. All right, muddle the mint leaves, put everything in a glass with ice, and we got ourselves a green drink.
Listen, that sounds delicious, and you got to make them now.
Yeah, because
You
you know
got
what?
to make them.
And I don't know if it's possible to make them. I don't know if you're going to have to smuggle some mint in. But we have...
You can just go to Whole Foods.
No, what I'm talking about is that because we have an event on Saturday.
That's right.
We have the birthday bash and live party that is happening at the Old Miami. All right, it's going to be happening from 3 to 6 p.m. in the dog park for humans. That is the Old Miami, absolutely free. There's going to be limited drink tastings thanks to our sponsors over at Jenny Walker for that event.
Yes.
Not for this episode, but for that event.
For the event, yes.
And I'm very excited about that. We're going to be doing a live show. We're going to be having some
Libations,
games.
Yeah.
We're probably going to do our famous rankings that we do, our rank offs between different things of what is the best in Metro Detroit. especially food. And
We are
drink.
the best at that.
Yes, that is what we do.
We're the best.
We did a fizz fight that still gets many downloads of the best seltzers
Our
out of
opinions
Michigan.
are the best in the world.
And sadly, our number 3 pick just isn't made anymore. That was the Atwater.
Oh,
Atwater
man.
stopped making their seltzer a few years ago.
That's right. What was our number 1 pick?
Ooh.
Was it
What
outside?
our number pick? It was outside.
That's
I believe,
outside.
yeah.
Really good stuff.
And number 2 was Lake Life from over on the west side.
Gotcha. So we'll definitely find something to rank, something to fight over. We want and we're also going to be revealing a new thing that we are working on for the people. Something that can be a real resource for folks wanting to connect to Detroit and Metro Detroit. So
And
go check it
beyond,
out.
yeah.
Yes. So go check it out. It's on Eventbrite, also on Facebook. I'll put links in the show notes. Please, I'd love to see you on Saturday. I really appreciate you. I also appreciate our members on Patreon, Norris Howard.
Yes, on Patreon, you can become a member. That will give you access to our Patreon-only Discord, where you can chat with us and the rest of your Daily Detroit brethren. Patreon.com/Daily Detroit.
That's right. Patreon.com/Daily Detroit. Well, for now, as it is my official birthday,
That's right.
Happy
birthday.
I'm going to stop work at some point before 1 a.m. here.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to
By the way,
you.
that's how you know you're from Detroit.
Yeah, you sing that.
You sing Stevie Wonder's Happy Birthday.
Yeah, you don't sing that other stupid song.
The one you got to pay even more royalties for,
Exactly.
right? And by the way, no one come after us for royalties.
Pretty sure the copyright expired on that song.
Randy, we didn't come here for your smarticles. We came here to talk the news.
Patreon.com/Daily Detroit. Local media needs local support to survive. Get swag, access to our member-only Discord, and our ever and never-ending thanks. With that, I am Jer Stays.
I'm Norris Howard.
And I'm Randy Walker.
Thank you so much for listening. Remember that you are somebody, and we'll see you around Detroit.